Okay. So we've got a lot to cover today. We've got ethics, confidentiality, conflicts management, school safety, just a lot of good information that you guys really need before you enter the classroom. And also some of this stuff is required by regulation before you enter the classroom. So to get started, we have Dr. Yael that's going to talk about ethics. He is an assistant professor with TLEL here in our College of Education and Applied Human Sciences. So I am going to hand it over to Dr. Yael and to let him talk to you about ethics today.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here. Honestly, this is the largest crowd I have talked to. So good morning, everybody. I hope you're all awake. I am going to share my presentation. I hope everyone can see that. Let me also start the presentation here. All right. So thank you again for this opportunity. I am teaching in the TLEL, so I might have taught some of you here and some of you probably didn't meet me. So it's a pleasure to meet you all here on Zoom. So I will not take too long, but there are some important messages here regarding the Professional Code of Ethics. So let's go ahead and get started. So I will first of all introduce the Kentucky Professional Code of Ethics and then review the disciplinary action process in the violation of those codes and also how it relates to certification processes. All right. So let me move forward here. Okay, so the Professional Code of Ethics in Kentucky establishes the ethical standards for Kentucky certified school personnel. And I'm going to, never mind. So in addressing the incidence of professional and legal challenges faced by the teachers, I think it's crucial to underscore the importance of upholding professional ethics. And here are some cases that we see. Here are some news we see related to Kentucky teachers. And if you just briefly review them, they really emphasize the need for educators to recognize the impact of their actions on public trust and also the overall integrity of the profession. The EPSB, or the Education Professional Standards Board, promotes the health, safety, and the well-being of students and also oversees the process of any violations. So I'm going to talk about 3 categories of responsibilities established in the Kentucky Revised Statutes. So those responsibilities relate to students, to parents, and to the education profession. So I'm not going to read all of these to you, but I am going to go ahead and share a link so you can access this information. So I would like you to review them as I am talking, have it on your screens if possible. So if you look at just a few of these, for example, to students, responsibilities to students relates to a variety of things. Providing them with professional education, for example, and not using professional authority for personal advantage, or not making false or malicious statements about students and others. To parents, for example, making reasonable effort to communicate information in the interest of the student, and understanding community cultures and others, such as distinguishing between personal views and the views of the employing educational agency. And to the education profession, so maintaining dignity and integrity of the profession, and not using different means or giving special treatment to influence professional decisions and others. So I think it's highly important to review the entirety of these 3 sections, and it's not too long. So I encourage you to do this as I am talking more about the violation of these, and also I will provide some examples. All right. So the EPSB has specifically been given the authority to sanction an educator's certificate in different manners. It has the authority to take actions regarding an educator's certificate, such as revocation, suspension, refusal to issue or renew a certificate, or imposition of probationary or supervisory conditions, or issuing written reprimands or admonishments. So these measures provide a comprehensive range of actions or sanctions to address professional misconduct in education to ensure accountability. And the code of ethics and the disciplinary process is also summarized in the KRS. So I encourage you to make a note of this for future reference. And when you apply for certificate, any form of certification, you are asked to disclose any information regarding the kind of actions you went through if someone has had those in their background. So this one might be a little clearer here. So if you are supposed to respond to these questions and provide information about those. So this is in the application process, and many of you already might have seen this, but all of us at some point answered these questions. And you are expected to attach documentation if you answer yes to any of these, suspension or any allegations against yourself, and other situations that relate to the violation of the ethics, the code of ethics. So if the EPSB denies an applicant a certificate, the applicant may appeal that decision and is entitled to an administrative hearing where the educator might present evidence that he or she is fit to be a teacher. So this is all about showing that you are fit to be an educator and providing that evidence. And the EPSB may take action against a certificate. Again, this is also summarized in the revised statutes, and that might include if it includes violations of the code of ethics. So this process starts with complaints, and such complaints might come from different sources, such as KEA, Kentucky Education Association, or other state agencies. So and also from media postings, but also the superintendent reports are among the sources from where a lot of these violation reports come to the attention. And when there's a complaint made, the EPSB Division of Legal Services staff reviews all complaints and reports reviewed. And if the reporter complaint contains credible allegations, and if proven true, would constitute a violation of the KRS 161.120, or the code of ethics has occurred, a disciplinary case is initiated. And in that case, an educator is immediately notified and a case is open against him or her. And within 30 days, an educator is given time to respond. And upon receipt of the rebuttal, or after 30 days, the case is prepared for a review by the EPSB's board meeting. And the EPSB board reviews a summary of the complaint and also the educator's rebuttal in full without any identifying information redacted or no identification of the educator. And of course, there could be different decision processes. So the EPSB might determine to dismiss the case, defer the educator for training or admonish, or refer to full investigation and potential hearing. If in the case of the hearing, if this case is referred to a full investigation, the case is assigned to an attorney and it's now fully in the process of fully being investigated. And the attorney may make some settlement offers to the educator if he or she finds the allegations have merit. And if settlement negotiations are not successful, or if the EPSB rejects the settlement, a case may be heard. The EPSB attorney must provide a preponderance of evidence to back up the allegations and sanction. So EPSB can make a decision to find a violation or sanction the educator's certificate. And educators have the right to appeal the decisions made by the EPSB in Franklin Circuit Court in Frankfurt. So this process is, besides this process, there may be other processes going on. For example, the district might have its own disciplinary process, and you might have heard about this in the news if you read, about different cases. And also there could be a tribunal process, so a separate impartial investigation process also may be started by the superintendent of education, and the EPSB's process is independent from these different processes. So as you can see, there might be multiple investigations going on. And the misconducts are summarized here, provided here in the KRS revised statutes. So I'm not going to read all of these, but they related to students, families, and also to the education profession. So if you want, you can take a screenshot of this, but I think I provide the link where you can also find this information. I'm just going to keep it a couple more seconds, just in case anyone. So the listed teacher misconducts include, inadequate supervision, unprofessional communication, dishonesty with parents about student performance, and so on. So these actions collectively underscore the importance of maintaining high standards in education and integrity as educators. So I'm not going to read these, but I would like you to, again, just look at these as examples. And we want to remember that the code of ethics applies to in real world and also the digital world. So whatever we post, whatever we say or make comments on, we want to be careful about that. And I would like to just add that your professors, your department works with different employers and shares surveys with them to get their responses. And I must tell that the employers are highly satisfied with the standards of EKU's graduates. So I'd like to again tell you that the graduates are doing really good work out there as far as the code of ethics go, just that part of the survey data. And also remember that Kentucky Revised Statutes requires all students, citizens, and student teachers to report any abuse, neglect, or dependency issues related to the students. And here's the contact information of the EPSB, Division of Legal Services. I'm just going to keep this on the screen for a couple more seconds if you want to take a screenshot. All right, so as I said, this was going to be a quick presentation about the Code of Ethics. I think we have a few more minutes. So if you have any questions, we can maybe talk about those. I would like to thank again for the opportunity to talk about this. I hope that your experiences as student teachers and later as educators, I think will become, I wish that it will become a successful one. And I would like to congratulate you on your on advancing to this stage of your career. So thank you so much.
All right, guys, does anyone have any questions for Dr. Yael Ali regarding ethics? And bear with me if you hear growling in the background. I have two dogs that are wanting to fight with each other right now. Sorry about that. All right, well, if we don't have any other questions, I'm gonna let Dr. Yael Ali head out. I'm sure he's got several things to attend to today. Thank you so much for coming and speaking with the group this morning.
Thank you.
All right, guys, we've got probably like about a 10-minute gap before Mr. Brumbaugh shows up to talk about confidentiality. So just kind of hang with me, and as soon as he gets in, we'll get going with confidentiality. Actually, I guess while we're waiting, I'll mention a couple things to you guys, just for like wrap up things that I would have said at the end of the day. Make sure that if you have not reached, sorry again for my dogs, make sure that if you haven't already that reach out to your cooperating teacher for your first placement, or those of you with 16 weeks for your entire placement, and go ahead and have those introductory conversations. Because you should be starting, for most of you, probably January 2nd, January 3rd, somewhere around that, because you'll report the same day that your cooperating teacher reports. Another thing I've gotten from from some of you, the emergency sub application and your faculty recommendation letter. But again, if you are interested in subbing for your cooperating teacher, while you're student teaching, you can do that for up to 10 days during the semester, and you can get paid to do that if you get your certification for being a sub with that district. But if you want to do that, get those, you can still, even though the deadline that I put on the application has passed, you can still get those in if you're interested. So go back and look at that email that I sent you guys that has those attachments. and get that application and faculty recommendation letter turned into me. Does anybody have any questions about anything related to student teaching while we're waiting?
I had a question about the emergency sub thing.
Yeah.
The faculty recommendation, does it have to be EKU faculty, or does it have to be like where we're student teaching? Or
EKU. So, and it can be one of your professors, or it can be a clinical educator. So it doesn't have to be full time. It can be full time or a part time faculty person.
and then on top of that, like where I'm like history education because I'm secondary,
Mhm.
can it be a history professor, or does it have to be education?
Yes. Yeah, it can be one of your history professors. Let's see, we've got something in the chat. Yeah, so you do exactly as your cooperating teacher does. So if your teacher's reporting a day before the student's return, you'll report with your cooperating teacher. And that goes for like any of the there'll be professional development days for your teachers scattered throughout some of your districts for the semester. You'll attend those, even though the students won't be there. You'll go to those as well. Let's see. Yeah, and if anybody has like an age issue on if you haven't turned 21 yet, because I know that sometimes is the requirement. If you turn 21 during student teaching, you can apply and do your subbing after that. If you are already a sub for your district, you do not need to do anything with your district, but you still need to turn in the application and the faculty recommendation letter to me. If they don't require it, then you don't, you just need to follow the requirements for being a sub for your district. In terms of EKU, I just need your application and the letter. Yeah. And then also, guys, within that email that I sent you with the emergency sub, I also sent the calendar and the copy of the calendar and a video on that. So that'll be something that you will submit at the end of every month to me and to your clinical educator and to your cooperating teacher. So you'll just mark your days in attendance and you'll note on that calendar that if you're absent, there's a code for that. If you do sub, there's so just follow that coding. And again, just turn those in at the end of every month. But I'll send out emails requesting those as well.
The
Any
subbing
other-
stuff,
Yeah.
do we email it to you or to the student teaching email?
You can just email. I am the one that looks at the student teaching email, so you can email it to either one. It doesn't really matter.
So other than putting it on our calendar that we sub that day, do we need to email anybody before we turn the calendar in that we're going to be subbing that day, or?
No. So after in terms of for our office, once you have submitted the application to me and that faculty recommendation letter, like I'll respond back to you and say you're approved on my end. So no, I don't need to, my office does not need to be notified that you're going to be subbing prior to me seeing it on your calendar. You may have that question with your clinical educator. I don't know if that's something that they would want to know in advance, but that would just be something that you would talk to them about. But my office does not need to know. All right, looks like Mr. Brumbaugh is is in the waiting room. So I'm gonna let him in so we can get going with confidentiality. Okay. All right. Dustin, are you in? Because we actually finished up early. If you are in and ready.
Yes, I am.
Okay. All right. Well, I just now made you a co-host, so you're able to share your screen. All right, guys. So this is Dustin Brumbaugh. He is the Human Resources Director for Madison County Schools, and he is going to be speaking with you guys today about confidentiality. All right. So you can go ahead and take it away.
Right. Oh. All right. Good morning, everyone. As Brandy just said, my name is Dustin Broombaugh. I'm the Director of Human Resources with Madison County Schools. Today's training be kind of a two or threefold, I guess. First one will be the confidentiality training. I'll go over all those details about confidentiality, but then after that, I plan to share some do's and don'ts with student teaching, with looking for jobs and things like that. I'm in my 15th year as an administrator. I just want to try and give everyone an opportunity to ask questions of someone who's, my background has been, I've been a principal and now I've been the human resources director for 11 years now. So I'd like to think I kind of have down at least what we look for in Madison County. So I'll give you opportunity to steal some ideas, some hints, advice, things like that. So feel free to ask questions on any of these topics and I'd be happy to help. All right, so what is confidentiality? Is the protection of all personally identifiable data, information, and records collected, used, and maintained by our public schools. Confidentiality requirements also apply to discussions about a student and student's record. So remember, the public is about to entrust you with a lot of information, and it's imperative that we take that information seriously and make sure that we don't share that with anyone that doesn't have a reason to know that information. There's various laws that protect student records. FERPA is the Family Education Rights to Privacy Act, tons of Kentucky regulations, and of course you have your individual students with disabilities, Section 504. Lots of different records. This is not an all-inclusive list, but personal information. There'll be evaluations that you may get to see with students who are, looking at being potential candidates for special education, 504 plans. Classroom teachers, a lot of things, progress reports, report cards, work samples, attendance records, any sort of grades, conferences, audio and video recordings. I don't know if you guys still do this, but a lot of times that last student teaching instructional video will get made a lot of times on that last cycle. So if you are recording one of your lessons, you need to make sure that students that are not allowed to be recorded are not in your frame when you're recording that. So I would encourage you to speak to your cooperating teacher, the teacher that you're assigned with. He or she should know what students can and cannot be recorded. So I would encourage you to at least ask those type of things. Other educational records, we've mentioned IEPs, medical records, discipline records happens a lot of times. If I don't know, if two students were to get in some sort of fight or altercation and you need to write them up, you should fill one out of, let's say, Sam and John get in a fight. On Sam's write-up, you won't mention John's name, and in John's write-up, you won't mention Sam's name, because obviously the A copy of that usually gets sent home with the student and things like that. In my experience, you're going to get parents that are going to push for, who were they horsing around with, or who were they getting a fight with, and stuff like that. My rebuttal to things like that usually is listen, you can ask your son or daughter when they get home. They know who they were with. They can tell you, but as school employees, we are not allowed to share that information. And most of the time, parents will respect that. But again, we live in a digital world. There's lots of information, so just be careful on what kind of posts you make when it comes to students in your classroom, whether it be a Facebook, a Twitter, or whatever it may be. That you be cognizant of not posting things that you should not. A Family Education Rights and Privacy Act gives parents access to their child's educational records and some control over the disclosure of the information from the records. The law only applies to educational agencies and institutions that receive funding. So the biggest thing is just realize, the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act does give parents, guardians, other school officials the ability to review educational records if need be. What does personally identifiable information mean? You'll hear that phrase or that term thrown around a little bit. So realize that could be the name of the student or their parents, the address, their social security number, or another identifying number. I know in Madison County, a lunch number or something like that the student uses. Birth dates, maiden names, things like that. Anything that would directly be linked to that student is considered personally identifiable information. How does a school district ensure that student information and records are kept private? Well, we provide this confidentiality training, just like we're doing right now. We do a similar training to our SBDM council members, volunteers, student yourself, paraeducators, basically all employees. Typically, this type of training is done at the beginning of a school year. Usually a little bit before school starts. There's a variety of different trainings that school employees are expected to complete every year. This would be one of those. But we use that information. This was one of those that if you stay in the education profession, you may hear a similar training like this for 27 to 30 years or so. Right to inspect records. Parents, guardians, and eligible students must be allowed to inspect and review educational records within a reasonable time. Kentucky's recommendations are to respond to parent requests within 3 days of the open records request. So as a classroom teacher, typically when these type of things were to happen, I would defer those things to your administration, whether that be a principal, assistant principal, a guidance counselor. They may ask you to provide some things, that counselor or administrator, but typically those types of things, if you were to get one or request like that, bring your administrator into the fold on that one. They can help with it. Let them do that. They, a lot of times the guidance counselors are very informed on what that process looks like. So again, allow them to do that. You just make sure and point anybody that might have those questions in the right direction. How do we ensure that parents see their own information only about their child? Again, just make sure you withhold information that they shouldn't know about. We live in a world where people will just flat out ask you. So you're supposed to be the one that knows better. So even though they may ask about something that's none of their business, and I promise you will run across it. It's a simple, be professional about it. I'm sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry, sir. I am only allowed to answer questions about your child. I'm not allowed to do that, and most people will be okay with that. But just be cognizant of, if you were to send an email, if you were to send a fax, a text, parent-teacher conference, sometimes grades will be printed out. Make sure that you only share the information of their child with that parent and no one else. You know, and just make sure that you're very aware of who's around when you do discuss those things. You know, if you're discussing a student issue at a parent-teacher conference with a parent, and there's a line outside your door of people waiting, you know, you might want to shut your door or, you know, not speak very loud so that people can't hear you. You know, you're going to want to, you'll be surprised at some of the things that you'll learn. There'll be interesting stories. You can't go home and share that with your significant other or whatever. A true story, it's been a while ago. I was walking through the grocery store on a Saturday and Sunday. I wasn't dressed up like people usually see me at work. I was in like flip-flops or something. And true story, I overheard a teacher gossiping to someone else about stuff. That didn't go over very well. I didn't say anything at the time, but I did have to go out and address that with that teacher that next Monday morning. They were pretty flabbergasted, didn't recognize me, and I was, look, we can't be doing that stuff. Again, it was a reminder that we have to keep those type of things confidential. How do we ensure parents see all the information? Again, we've already talked a lot about that. Parent-teacher conferences or any documentation if people request those things. Again, talk to your guidance counselor on that. They will be able to let you know what the process is at school. Social media issues, never take pictures of another student and post them on social media unless you're allowed. Before posting school-related information, photos on social media, take a moment, ask yourself if you're breaking confidentiality. At the beginning of every school year, districts send home some information about what can and cannot be posted for a student. You know, just look over that form so that you know, hey, I can or cannot post certain things for certain children. Most of the time, parents allow those type of pictures to be posted in yearbooks, newspapers, websites, and stuff like that. Of a class, you might get 2 or 3 that, for whatever reason, the parents do not want those things posted. A lot of times, there's a good reason for that. You know, so just make sure that you follow those types of things. But you know, not uncommon for teachers to post those types of things, bragging on their kids or showing some of the new and creative and nice things that are going on in your school, or in your classroom. Just make sure that, again, that you're only posting things that should be. Confidential information, lesson plans, report cards. A big one would be the substitute folder. A lot of times, if you're the regular classroom teacher, or maybe you're just the student teacher, and the regular classroom teacher is going to be out. As the student teacher, a lot of times there should be a regular substitute in there. There's a few exceptions to that. We don't need to discuss that today, but there should be a substitute folder, whether that's your classroom or someone else's, that kind of gives the sub inside that folder of, you know, what are we doing in each class that day? Are there confidential information about the student? You can't post it on the board or just leave it sit on the desk. You can leave it sit on the desk if it's inside the folder, of course. That way it's only for that substitute. But, you know, maybe that student has a peanut allergy. Yes, that substitute teacher needs to know that. You as the classroom teacher need to make sure they're aware of that. Keep it inside the substitute folder. We kind of teach our subs to, you know, enter the classroom, look for that information. But again, don't just post it on the board, though. That's not something that we just want to broadcast out for everyone to know. Keep that type of information, you know, whether that be a peanut allergy or, you know, modifications or things for a behavior plan or an IEP or whatever. Remember, that substitute teacher is given the same training that you're getting now. Who can access student records? Parents or a student representative. Student who is 18 years old or emancipated. Authorized employees of the district and staff from the U.S. or State Department of Education can do that. A lot of times you see that when students disenroll from your school and go to another school, they were allowed to share those records with that new school, obviously. Recording of access to records. Again, schools are supposed to keep a log of when parents or whomever wants to request to view records. Again, use your guidance counselor for those types of things. He or she will be familiar with that process. Do guardians, divorced or separated parents, foster parents, and surrogate parents have the right to review student records? When there's joint custody, both parents should be given the access to student records and the decision making. Foster parents have a right to review records, but cannot make educational decisions unless the documentation states otherwise. So kind of two things I want to talk about there. One, divorced parents that have joint custody. Both of those parents, as I said, have the ability to view those educational records. What you will what will happen sometimes is a variety of things. Maybe one of those parents lives in a different state. I've had before where I think the mom lived here in Madison County and the dad lived in like Tennessee. And every time there was a midterm or a report card, we would send that information home. But since the other guardian lived in a different state, I would mail that father a copy of those things. So not uncommon for you to have those type of things from time to time. Foster parents, typically you see this if maybe the student's going through the special education process. The foster parent can review the records, but the actual guardian's the one that makes those decisions. And sometimes there's a variety of different reasons. Sometimes that parent's in jail and things like that. So you can work with the administration or maybe the person that's going to be the chair of the ARC meeting to help still be able to reach out on those things. So again, the people that chair those ARC meetings will be well versed in those types of things. They'll be able to help you through it. I know the first couple of times will seem a little bit of a different process than maybe you were taught, but I assure you, we do this all the time. It'll work itself out. Excuse me. Conditions where prior consent is not required. Disclosure within an agency with legitimate educational interest, to officials of another school system, or institution of post-secondary education, directory information, audit purposes, subpoenas, financial aid, and things like that. Those are things where you don't need consent to be able to share that information. You're allowed to anyway because the law says that you can. Directory information. Parents are annually given public notice of the types of information designated as directory information and given the opportunity to refuse. So if you remember a little while ago, I mentioned that each year parents are sent home that information to allow those types of things to be shared or not shared. And that is that annual opportunity that I was referring to of that form being sent home. Now, you remember a moment ago I said in my experience there might only be a couple students in your classroom that the parent indicates no, we don't want that information shared. It won't be many. If I learned the hard way once of parents, it wasn't my classroom as administrator, but parents went a little, get a lot of information to fill out. They went a little careless when they filled out the form. They didn't mean to check the box of no, I don't want my son or daughter's information to be put in the yearbook. They ordered a yearbook. The next year it came out, they wasn't in there. They're angry. Why? Here's the form. You did that. You requested that and we honored it. So one, if they put that information on there, honor it. Number two, you have to ask yourself, do you want someone angry at you if they made a mistake? I kind of learned the hard way of there won't be many. Before we don't put their picture in the yearbook, it might be worth the 2-minute phone call to ask to make sure of that. You might be thinking, well, they're the ones who are in the wrong. They're the one that checked the wrong box. True, but trust me, when they buy a yearbook and they're not in there and they think they should be, and then they're not, they're usually pretty disgruntled, and that takes that's a long meeting. So certain types of information that could be name, address, phone number, date of birth. Most of the time, it's usually just names and pictures. You know, dates of attendance or awards received. You know, think about things like you know, if you had a play at your school, you know, and I don't know, Johnny's gonna be Huckleberry Finn. Well, if they can't post that information, then in the brochure they can't even be listed. Things like that. So just think about those things and try to educate parents on what directory information is. Every employee, again, every employee of a Kentucky public school district must adhere to confidentiality protection of all students. All student information should be kept confidential unless disclosure serves professional purposes or is required by law. Failure to do so may result in the revoking or the suspending of a Kentucky certificate. So you spend a lot of money and going through a lot of trouble to get a teaching certificate, and it can be taken away by something simple as not keeping something that should be confidential. So again, not trying to scare anyone, but make sure that you're following this law to the T. We would hate for somebody to lose their Kentucky teaching certificate over that. Okay, now we have a short little quiz. You can just answer these to yourself. I'll ask the question and I'll give you the answer, of course. But so first, the Children's Corner Daycare calls a local school district and requests that Sue's school records are forwarded to them. It's a small community, and the person receiving the call is familiar with the caller. Can the records be sent under these conditions? The records cannot be sent without written parental consent. FARPA and IDA do not allow a school district to send person identifiable information to another agency without written parental authorization. A daycare may be providing educational activities for the student. However, they are not a state educational school district or agency. Next one. Amber's family moved to the neighboring county. The neighboring school district sent a request for the transfer of records. Can this information be forwarded without parental permission? The records can be sent to the neighboring school. FARPA requirements allow the school district to forward educational records on request to a school in which the school student seeks to enroll. Federal requirements state that a reasonable attempt is made to notify the parent of the student of the transfer of records, except when a transfer of records is initiated by the parent or when the school district includes in their annual notice. So again, you can, typically these are handled by a guidance counselor or an attendance clerk. But again, if a student leaves your school and attends another school district, you know, it's still in the state of Kentucky, you can send it. Next, Jane is a bus driver and parent at Brownsville Elementary School. Jane's close friend asked Jane to check on the progress of the friend's nephew who also attends Brownsville. Can Jane obtain this information? Jane has no legitimate educational interest in the progress of someone's nephew. Therefore, she has no right to review the progress. In order for Jane to review the progress of the nephew, she would have to be working directly with the child, but she still could not share that information with her friend. A written consent by the parent would be needed before that would be able to be shared. Your supervising teacher will be out for 3 days and a substitute teacher has been hired. He asks you to put the names of the students who go to a resource and to speech on the board and their time so he can keep their schedule straight. Can you write the names and special education schedule on your board? You cannot, repeat, cannot post or list the names of students who are in a special education on the board or on a chart or any other fashion that's observable by either student or visitor in the classroom. This one would need to be kept confidential. Leave it, as we talked about earlier, in the substitute folder. Again, you can share that with substitute because they have confidentiality training as well, and they need to know that information. But you can't just post it out there for everybody to view very easily. So congratulations, that ends the confidentiality training. Now I'm going to switch gears to some advice, some things to look for from my 15 years of experience as an administrator. I know there's a bunch of you, it's okay. I want you to ask questions on this. Feel free to unmute yourself and interrupt me and ask questions if you would like. So what's my advice on what to do to get noticed? I'd imagine most of you are about to do your student teaching in the spring. Most of you are probably going to graduate in May or this summer, and you are going to be on the job hunt for a full-time teaching position for the start of the next school year next fall. So what can you do throughout this next semester to get noticed? This first one's probably already out of your, I don't even know if you can make requests or not, but I'm a real big believer on getting a good student teacher placement. And what I mean by that is that student teaching process, that semester-long process is huge. It's you're setting a foundation for your success as a teacher. Hopefully you're going to see a lot of things done the right way, that are done in the best interest of students. It's best practice and all those types of things. So hopefully you getting to work with side by side with a teacher or two, doing things the correct way and the successful way will help set you up for success moving forward. Number two, can't overemphasize this enough. Treat student teaching like a semester long job interview. It's very important. Treat that like a job interview every day. Show up on time, show up dressed professionally, show up with I don't know if you're a coffee drinker or not, but show up ready to work, with energy on doing what's best for kids. Just go work hard for kids. And I say you need to impress the teachers and the principal. You don't need to do things to try to impress them. You're going to impress them if you just show up and work hard, do what's best for kids, be nice, be friendly, be helpful, be all those things. But just realize that whether you realize it or not, people are going to be watching. A good principal is always looking for good teachers. And as the teacher shortage continues, there are fewer and fewer candidates that looking for jobs that maybe there were 6, 8, 10 years ago. So go nail it. Trust me, if you come up with a positive attitude, a good work ethic, show your passion for kids, trust me, people will take notice of that. Get your applications in early. Local school district websites and PEPs. So kind of twofold. One, you probably realize that school districts post job positions on their local websites. School districts that you're interested in, hopefully Madison County schools, it would be something that, I would encourage you here for long to start checking them, weekly. As you get into March, April, May, you might even check those a couple of times a week. Apply for jobs and apply for them early. Most of the time, at least in Madison County, you can't apply for a job until that job is open and posted. Even though you don't have your teaching certificate yet, I would encourage you to go ahead and apply for that job if you're interested. Almost all job applications for a certified position would be a position that requires a teaching certificate. If you don't have that teaching certificate yet, that's okay. What I would encourage you to do is type up a couple sentences that says, hey, I'm graduating in May. This is my degree. This is what I'll be certified in. Talk a little bit about where you're at in getting certified. Have you passed your practice exams and things like that? I can't speak for other districts, but in our district in Madison County, I would go ahead and push your application through because I'm not going to penalize you for a job that's going to start the next school year when you're just going through the process to getting certified. You have all summer to get that stuff done. I would push you through, and if our principal wanted to hire you, we would go ahead and hire you. So check out those local school district websites quite regularly, especially Madison County Schools, of course. KEPS. If you Googled KY for Kentucky and KEPS, KEPS stands for Kentucky Educator Placement Service. Do you need to look at that quite often? That's up to you. Just know that the law says for a certified position that we have to post those certified positions on the KEPS website. So if it's on that website, it should still be available. Okay. It doesn't talk about the local school district website. So yeah, I know you apply at the local school district. You don't apply at the KEPS website, but we are required by law. So when there's a teaching position come open, I go to the KEPS website and request the state to post that vacancy for us. Then I go to our local school district and post that same job. So that's another place that you could look. It's a one-stop shop, not just Madison County, but all of the Kentucky school districts post their jobs on that website there. Again, just realize you don't apply on the KEPS website. You would apply on the local district website. Get involved, even though you're student teaching. Trust me, if you want to get noticed, get involved. Go to faculty meetings. If there's help needed with the, I'm making stuff up, baseball team, softball team, track team, go to SBDM council meetings, academic team, do all those things. Trust me, if you want noticed and you're getting involved, you'd be amazed at the types of things you'll learn, the relationships that you'll build. But it never hurts to have that go-get-it attitude when you're on the job hunt of, hey, this is somebody that wants to get involved in our school. Be willing to learn. Don't be a know-it-all. Guys, I mean this nicely. You're graduating with a degree in education. You have a ton of knowledge and no one questions that. But remember, when you're student teaching, that's someone else's classroom. So respect the processes and procedures they have in place in their classroom. But two, go learn from them. Go learn all those types of things. That way, when you have your own classroom, you might implement some of the things that you've seen. But just go be willing to learn. Again, remember, if you have questions, feel free to unmute yourself and ask. What else to do to get noticed? Have your elevator speech prepared and sell yourself. And I would also add, even though it's not on there, brush up your resume. I would encourage you at some point this semester, the schools that you are hoping to get a job in, reach out to that principal, give them a resume. Shooting an email is okay. That probably won't separate you from your peers on things like that, because lots of emails get sent to administrators. But try to stop by, drop off a resume. A lot of times that secretary's been trained to, that principal's not available right now, but I'll be happy to take your resume. And that's fine if they do that. But if you can get some FaceTime, just try to sell them in a minute or two on what you have to offer kids. Okay. Again, I want to say that. What do you have to offer students and kids? And be prepared to sell that principal on that. Give them a resume. Next one on there, get well-respected people to sell you. If you can influence some other teachers in that building where you're working and they see firsthand, hey, they're doing a good job, and see if they will put a good word in for you. That never hurts, to get respected people to go be like, hey, listen, Mr. and Mrs. such and such here is doing a great job for us. If we have any job openings, we might want to entertain the idea of hiring them. In my experience, principals get to see the student teachers a little bit, but they don't get to see them teach and work with students to the extent of the actual teachers do. So principals listen to those a lot of times. get acquainted with the resources used in the classrooms so you can talk the talk. So, different assessments, different manipulatives, and different things that you will get the experience of using during student teaching in a classroom. Get familiar with them. Uh, no one expects you to be an expert on those things, but you can talk shop a little bit. I skipped over one by accident here. I put quotes around it because this is kind of me, Dustin Broomball's kind of my vision for what I look for when I was the one hiring the teachers. And that's high character, highly motivated, highly trained individuals. And that is, those items are in that order on purpose. For me, my number one priority is going to be high character. I want somebody that I know, or at least feel like, is a good person, and they are highly motivated. If I know someone seems to be a good person, they have the dispositions that they like kids, they are nice to kids, they have a warm heart, they have a good work ethic, we will figure all those other things out. All right. We will shape you and form you and train you into what we're looking for. So notice they're highly trained is kind of the third thing on the list. So go let people see your vibrant personalities, your passion and love for kids. I assure you, if you let people see those types of things, the other stuff will work itself out. Be data driven. In education, we have a lot of information that's out there about our kids, about where they are at and academically and things like that. Use that information to meet the individual needs of your kids, to teach a lesson today. Hopefully you're giving a formative assessment. It tells, how do you know that kid, in fact, learned what you taught today? You should have information that tells you that, and you should take that information, make some tweaks or make some adjustments for your next lesson. The best teachers are doing that, and hopefully you are doing that from the start. Attend job fairs. There's a handful of those that'll happen in the spring. And then lastly, take your praxis tests as soon as possible. Take them early. Folks, no one plans to fail those praxis exams. It's going to happen to some of you. That's okay. No one cares that you failed it as long as you get it passed and get that teaching certificate. So, take them early if you haven't already. That way, if you do fail, you have ample time to do that. Unfortunately, I've seen people that wait too long. They take the practice exam, they fail one of them, and then we have an issue on what do we do when school's about to start and you're not certified. We would rather you try and avoid those type of situations. Last couple things, be student-centered, keep perfecting your instruction. We talked about being data-driven. Do what's best for kids every time. A colleague, friend of mine, they have a framed picture next to their desk that says, do what's best for kids. I go as far as, I have 2 children. My wife and I had kids. Their names are Peyton and Lacey. I don't have this frame next to my desk or anything, but I learned very quickly, and I encourage you to do the same if you have your own children, is, what I ask myself, Peyton and Lacey, is that good enough for Peyton and Lacey, my own children? If the answer is yes, then we continue. If the answer is no, that's not good enough for my own kids, that shouldn't be good enough for everybody else's kids. So, I try and help make good decisions on, if you're running into an issue in your classroom, ask yourself, is that good enough for your own kids? If it's not good enough for your own kids, it should be good enough for anybody else's. So maybe that'll help you make good decisions. And then go back to school. Keep some doors open. I can't speak for other districts, but again, I've been an administrator for 15 years. We have never, I repeat, never let someone go or not hired them because of the cost of their salary. We stand firmly on the fact of, we don't care if you have a rank 3 bachelor's degree and no years of experience, or you have 30 years of experience and a doctorate and we have to pay you bukus of money to teach. We hire what the administrator thinks is the best candidate. So that incorrect, adage out there that if you go get your master's degree too soon, they're not going to want to pay you that much and let you go for it. That's not accurate. At least not in my 15 years of experience. So go back to school, keep some doors open. Yeah, you're going to be a teacher today, but think about some other certification areas you might want to add. Think about administration. Think about teacher leaders. Think about all those great things that the graduate school there at EKU has to offer. I'd encourage you to go back to school. I have found that now that you don't have to get your master's anymore, but if you do get your master's that the standards board recognizes, you'll get paid more, one. But two, if you wait a few years and think you'll go back, a lot of people decide, and they just never really end up doing it. So I'd encourage you to go back to school. Last couple things, we want EKU students to work in Madison County Schools. I was in a meeting a few years ago, and one of the EKU administrators mentioned that as soon as she said it, I wrote it down. I'm like, I'm adding that to my presentation. She said, Madison County Schools ranks #1 in employing teacher graduates from EKU. I don't know if Brandy or anybody has that information, but look, guys, Madison County Schools is right here where you're going to school. We want the best ones. We're going to hire you. We will hire in Madison County. We will hire 40 to 50 teachers every single spring. It never fails. Special education, math and science are definitely hard to find. We always are hiring, K-5 ones, student teachers and things like that. But hopefully you just go to Madison, our Madison County Schools district website, click on employment. We post a lot of those, usually starting in March, and then more in April, more in May, and things like that. But March is usually around when we start making our posting. All right. That's all that I have. Unless Ms. Blackburn or any other students have any questions, I'd be happy to answer any of those. If you do have any questions, feel
Talk
free.
about like qualities like that we could show, but like do you have any suggestions for like what we could say that we can provide for students?
I would recommend that you get acquainted with student teaching for a few weeks. That way you can speak specific, if it's in that actual building where you're student teaching, you would be able to speak specifically on, what some of the focuses are in that building, some of the things some of the resources you're using. That way, you can go to that principal and just talk about how, they want to hear you talk about how you just love kids. You enjoy being around them. I hope that's the truth. For me, I don't know if anybody would ever say it, but for me, the best teachers, it's not their job. It's more of a lifestyle. Their job, they have to stay until 3:30 each day. And I'm just making something up here, but they're the type of person that's taking stuff home with them to prepare for that lesson the next day. They're attending some of the students' ball games and things like that, really getting involved in their lives. So I guess let's talk about all of the things that like the resources you use and stuff like that are important. I think the biggest thing that they want to hear you say and talk about is your passion for kids, your love for kids, your ability to constantly be tweaking your instruction based on that information from that day to help future lessons and things like that. Those are the big things that a good administrator at least is looking for. Good question. Are there other questions? If so, please unmute yourself, and no question's a dumb question. I'd be happy to answer them. Well, that, and we want to hire most of you, so all right. Well, again, the last few seconds I want here, if you have any, ask, but feel free to reach out. Again, we'll start making these postings. It's probably starting in March. Please know in Madison County, if the job is posted, it's still available. I'm the one who puts it up. I'm the one who takes it down. As soon as I get a recommendation form for a job, I usually take it down that same business day or the next business day. So um, the first time you apply for a teaching job, it will take you a little while, like any job application. There's a lot of information you have to upload and things like that. But once you've done it, at least in Madison County, once you've applied for the first job, any other jobs you apply for are pretty easy because that information will pre-populate and you can make any quick tweaks. A lot of times after you've applied for a job, you might spend more time logging in than you would actually applying because again, that information's already in there. But feel free to reach out to me. Be a great place to work. I went to EKU just like you guys did. I didn't grow up in Madison County, but I met my wife at EKU and we just never left. Madison County is a great place to work and live. It's not so big and huge like a Fayette County or something, but it's not so teeny tiny small that it's a nice mix. There's a lot going on in Madison County, good quality of life here, good place to raise a family and things like that. So we encourage you to come join our team and hopefully see you guys applying soon. Unless Miss Blackburn, unless you have anything, that's all I have for today.
Yeah, so and also I'll just add to that, later on this afternoon, Dylan Cundiff with Office of Academic and Career Services will be on hand to talk to you guys about resume writing so that you guys can get those ready. And then you will see Dr. Brumbaugh again on March 1st. In the middle of the day for your day 2 seminar is actually when we do our big recruitment fair where the districts come and try to tell you guys why you need to come to their district. And so he will be there and that's probably about the same time as they'll be really starting to post their positions. So you can talk to him about what's available in Madison County. So yeah, but yeah, thank you. Thank you, Dustin, for coming as usual and helping our students.
Awesome. Hey, thank you all. Good luck to you all. Let me know if you have any questions in the future and hope to see you guys applying for a job soon. Thanks, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, so we have a little bit before our next speaker. Dr. Brooks is going to be coming in at about 10:45. So you guys can actually just take a break until, let's just say that we're going to be back at 10:40. And then I will see you guys in, I guess, what about 20, 25 minutes? Okay. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started back. So next up, and I think she's in the room, and we have Dr. Abby Brooks. She is in the communications department here at EKU, and she's going to speak with you guys on communication skills and conflict management. So Dr. Brooks, I have made you a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen whenever you are ready.
Thank you. So I think I see 105 people in our room. 106. So lots of folks today. As you heard, I teach communication studies, and I do not like the notion of conflict. In fact, it was something that I tried to move away from for most of my life, if you are like me and try to avoid it. But I recognize that it is something that is very helpful as we're trying to understand communication. So today we're going to focus on what what conflict is, some misconceptions, some causes, types, and how we can prevent. And then I'm going to wrap up with some tips and tricks. So first I want to ask, I know that there's lots of you all, so we won't have time to do introductions, but what are some things that you're excited about when you're getting ready to go into the classroom? And then some things that you may be dreading going into the classroom? You can just hit the space bar so you're off mute.
I'm excited about just like getting to know the students and making sure they have everything they need, like being that support that they may not get elsewhere. But I'm terrified of like that first fight in the classroom. Like, what do I do? How do I resolve this? Like, what steps do I take, even though I may not legally be allowed to like pull them apart?
Yes, and hopefully you never have to face that situation. What grades are you, or what grade are you focusing on?
High school.
Okay, good. Thank you. What else? Things you're excited about, things you're concerned about.
I know.
You can go ahead.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, I know I'm kind of nervous about like negative parent interactions, just because obviously they care a lot about their child, but they don't always see eye to eye with what their teacher thinks is best. So
Yes, and parents certainly are part of the equation. What grade are you hoping for?
I'm elementary, so
Definitely, yes. I try to be that parent, not that parent.
I know that I'm nervous about just being in a new place and having to interact with all new people I've never met before because I'm bad at that.
Well, and it's something certainly to be mindful of, and you've done it before. I mean, there's no way you could have known everybody that you started in class with at Eastern. So if that gives you any solace whatsoever, and know that they're probably a little nervous about it too. That's why we do these warm up kind of things. But as we think about that conflict that can, or from the lens of conflict, that can certainly impact how you present yourself if you're a little bit nervous, and how you think about those interactions. Thank you for sharing. We've got time for one more. Somebody else tell me something they're excited about and something they're oh my gosh, a little bit concerned about.
I'm excited to be in the classroom every day and learn the culture of the school.
Yes, and certainly classrooms take on cultures. You've probably noticed in taking on your own classes that each, even if it's a 50-minute class, they take on their own culture every semester. So with what grade are you planning to teach or hoping to teach?
I'm with middle school during some teaching.
Oh, so lots of things are happening in middle school, and then the transition of not just the bodies and the attitudes, but also in classes. So you'll get to see, and like you said, culture, that's a big thing, and how we deal with our conflict is impactful for culture as well. So as we're thinking about this notion of culture, and thank you all for sharing with me, continue just to jump in. Again, if you hit your space bar, that will temporarily take you off mute, and feel free to jump in. Let's talk about that notion of conflict and communication though. So I'm going to start out, I'm going to try to share my screen. got a couple things I want to share with you all, and I'm going to start with PowerPoint. Somebody mentioned nervous. I've been doing this a long time, but I was still nervous coming into our session today. So hopefully you can see. And as we think about what conflict is an expressed struggle, so that the literature supports that we're not really in conflict unless we tell each other about it, which if you've ever been in a fight with somebody and they didn't know that you were in a fight with them, that's part of this expressed struggle. For example, I have two brothers. One of them is almost always at the top of my list of people I'm frustrated with because he's just not the best person to return phone calls. So an express struggle between at least two independent people. And as we've talked about, this can be parents, it can be students, it can be other educators as well. And as we're focusing on conflict for classrooms, we also think about this conflict with the other people in our life. And again, as much as we may try to keep our home life and our school life separate, those feelings do kind of bleed over. So you think about conflict, who might you conflict with? I already told you that I conflict sometimes with my brother. I mean, my brothers can get me madder faster than anybody else in the world. Here's some folks that you might see a conflict between, either in a mediated example or in real life.
Roommates.
Oh, yes. You can't talk about conflict without talking about roommates. Yes. Who else?
Spouses.
Yes. Significant others, whether they're legally bound to us or not. Yes. Who else?
Co-workers.
Co-workers. Yes. And sometimes that's because they're not pulling their own weight, or they think that we're not pulling our own weight, or different shifts, or just difference of opinion. Thank you. Who else?
Siblings.
Yes, yes, yes. Siblings. How many siblings do you have?
I just have an older sister.
Yes. Well, and again, those siblings can push our buttons, I think, sometimes more than anybody else can. Anybody else?
Bosses or like administration.
Yes, and as you think about in the school setting, there's different levels of administration, right? You might have a vice president, principal, you might have a principal, and then it can go up with those tiers. You may have a lead teacher, particularly as you're going into student teaching. So as we think about bosses, and sometimes those bosses conflict, and that then trickles down to us. So whether it's a supervisor or a friend, a colleague, a roommate, a significant other, we've got these two independent parties, and sometimes we just don't see eye to eye for whatever reason. The third element of this conflict is that we perceive that there are incompatible goals, or that a resource is scarce, or there's an interference from others. So as we think about this notion of incompatible goals, if we want to try a new teaching strategy, for example, but that's not the way it's always been done. Have you ever heard that before? This is the way we're going to do it because we've always done it this way. It's not always the best way. Sometimes people do want to try new challenges, but if we have incompatible goals, or at least perceived incompatible goals, that can cause us some conflict along the way. If it's really the heart of, like, if you think about goals in the classroom, what is your big overarching goal? We've already heard one about making those connections and being there for the students. What are some other big goals that you have as you're getting ready to walk into the classroom?
For me, it's being able to set the expectations for the school year.
Lincoln. Yes, being able to set expectations for the school year. So these are our objectives. These are things we want to get accomplished. Is that what you mean? Okay.
Yeah, that's it.
Thank you. What else?
Just teaching students content.
Yes, thank you. Is helping students learn something, right? And sometimes we've got folks that don't want to learn. Not that any of you all would have ever been that kind of student. As we think about, sometimes people are just there just to physically be there, and that's not always the best way to get that conflict across. But it can cause some conflicts within our classroom if you feel like somebody is not engaged the way that they should, or if they're fighting against a policy, or I don't know, it seems like cell phones, it seems like at this point, everybody should know that we should put those away because they are distractive in our learning and our communication, but it can also be problematic. And then as we think about scarce resources, do y'all remember when we went into lockdown and people were literally fighting over toilet paper? I mean, that's a resource, something that we think that there's not enough of. We think about resources as tangible things, but also as time. So what are some examples of tangible things that you might have a conflict about going into the classroom?
If I'm honest, I don't know if I understand the question.
Don't understand the question. Okay.
Could you repeat?
Yes, I will. Thank you. So a tangible thing that you might have a conflict over, for example, I like to write on the wipey board. If there are no wipey board markers in my room, I may go to the room next door and take one, but that may throw somebody else off. So they may be frustrated with me. So some tangible things that we may want to have control over.
I don't know if it's necessarily tangible, but time.
Yes, and time certainly is impactful, and it can be a scarce resource as we're thinking about how we're going to spend our time. If one person is over their allotted time, then that impacts the rest of the day. Oh, and you all are just coming from break. So think about if you didn't get to have that break, or if it was scheduled, and then somebody's ringing my doorbell. I'm sorry. That if it went over time, then that could be problematic. So what are some other resources?
I know that like
Subs.
technology is a big one, like Chromebooks specifically. I'm gonna be teaching high school, and a lot of times there's conflict between teachers of like who gets the Chromebook cart.
Yes. So that's a big resource, right? And sometimes we build those lessons around the technology that we perceive is going to be there, and sometimes it's not. Thank you. What's another?
Printers and copying. This especially applies to music teachers because we have to print all of the sheet music for our students, and when a copier runs out of like toner, that can throw your whole day off.
Yes, it happened to us, y'all, in my department at the very beginning of the semester. We ran out of paper. Like, how do you run out of paper? I mean, I know how you run out of paper, but it was a little frustrating that if folks hadn't made copies of their syllabi or whatever. And as you said, for the music teachers, especially if you've got new music and passing things out. Okay. So as we think about that, also can be a time, again, not that any of you all would procrastinate and try to make copies right before you needed them, but that could also become part of our conflict. And then again, it can bleed over into other areas of our day. And then the last one here is interference from the others. I think this is interference. I apologize for my typo. I think I'm allowed 3, so that'll be my first one. But as we think about how others may kind of, at least as we perceive them, to get in our way. So if somebody is using the copy machine and they don't need that copy for 3 weeks, but we need it now or yesterday, that could be something that could be considered a conflict or something that could get in our way. If somebody does take the cart with all the computers when we want it, that could again be interference. So as we think about these different ways that we look at conflict, again, how we define this conflict is impactful.
All right, let's see if Dr. Brooks will get back in the room. I think she must have lost connect. All right, she's having internet difficulties. She's working on trying to get a hotspot and getting back in. So just bear with us. Oh, here she is.
You know, one of the fun things about being a teacher is having to adjust on the Anybody hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. I'm going to try to share my screen again.
Okay.
Weren't we just talking about technology too?
Yeah. So what do we say? It's a blessing and a curse. Is that what they say?
I think so. I think so. I want to be they when I grow up because they know everything. They know when the weather and who's going to win the game and all the things. So I believe we're talking about sharing goals and how we'd like to think that our students are always prepared and ready to go, and that's a goal for them to learn. We like to think that our administration is always going to support our crazy ideas and our great ways to do things, but sometimes it can cause a conflict. We think about, oh, this time of the year, perhaps your classmates are getting ready for parties and school parties, and how even the simple trying to pick a theme, and if you're trying to partner with a colleague, that can again become a problem. So as we think about this notion of what conflict is, then let's talk about, somebody's in the waiting room. Let's talk about misconceptions. So as we're thinking about conflict, we addressed a little bit about what that is and came up with some examples. Misconceptions about conflict include that it should be avoided. Again, I've spent a lot of my life trying to avoid this notion of conflict and trying to go along to get along, but that just means that we're not communicating. So as we think about our conflict, I'm not encouraging anybody to go out there and get in a fight with somebody just for the sake of getting in a fight. But if we're missing out on conflict, it means that we're not truly communicating. Has anybody ever told you that, oh, my partner and I never fight? It may be that they're not actually communicating. So again, a misconception. Another misconception is that it occurs because people don't understand each other. Sometimes we do understand each other and we just recognize that it's not going to work. We just can't come to terms. If you think about big things in your life and big things that you're not willing to yield on, then you can get to the crux of this misconception. And sometimes people don't understand each other, but sometimes we really just can't get beyond that thing that we're conflicting about. Another misconception is that all conflict can be resolved. Like, you may remember the story, but I talk about how my mother-in-law is from Michigan, and bless her heart, she told me that I was pretentious because I say yes, ma'am, and no, sir. I'm not really going to change my opinion on that. I think that it's something that's important to me. It's something I grew up with. But as we mentioned culture earlier, she doesn't like that. So as we think about, she's always going to think that that's a little bit pretentious. It's not going to be resolved. So we just have to think about agreeing to disagree. And as you think about constructs within the classroom, do you think of any that won't be able to be resolved? So conflicts that couldn't be resolved in the classroom or dealing with classroom situations?
Maybe if one teacher does something a certain way and you do the same thing a different way, like you can just agree that that's how we like to do it independently.
Yeah, and nothing's necessarily wrong with that. If you all are familiar with the singer Willie Nelson, he has a line that says, "It ain't wrong, it's just different," in the song Mamas Don't Let Your Babies Grow Up to Be Cowboys. And sometimes we have to think about that. Just because we do things a different way doesn't necessarily mean that it's wrong. And same thing with resolving this conflict. Not everything we can resolve. Sometimes we just have to either accept it or move on. Sometimes accept it and move on. Speaking of moving on from misconceptions, we think about the cause of conflict. And again, we've talked through this a little bit, but it can be differences between group members. If we're trying to get a new t-shirt for our class and half the class wants it to be green and half the class wants it to be purple, those are differences, for example, of group members. We also think about differences in backgrounds, differences in the way that we think about things. As you think about differences, anybody from a small town? Yes, big town, we tend to have different ideas sometimes. So differences between our group members. If we are left-handed or right-handed, those can be differences. If we have different religious ideas, those can be differences. And again, those differences between group members can become a cause of conflict. We also think about the difference in tolerance and risk. So think about perhaps language use. And that's something that's a little bit more prevalent now, I think. I was talking to somebody and he used the R word. Do you know what I'm talking about when I say the R word? Okay, I'm not going to say it because that's something that really bothers me. So called the person on it. They said they hadn't really thought about it before. And that's a difference in my tolerance versus his tolerance. I don't think that it's appropriate. I don't think that you should use it in real life. Well, I just said in real life, in our conversations, especially to make fun of people. And that's something that you're going to face probably a lot as we think about bullying, as we think about giving people a hard time, then that's something that you may have to face a lot in your classrooms. As we think about conflict, our conflict can be directed toward people or can be directed toward tasks. There are some people that may just be like nails against the chalkboard for you, that you're just not a big fan. And that's okay. You don't have to like everybody. At the same time, sometimes we have to work with folks and we have to be mindful of that. And then there are some tasks that we may not like. I'm supposed to be writing a literature review. It's not my favorite task to do, and I keep putting my mind off of it. But I know that it's good for me. But at the same time, if I'm frustrated about that task that I'm working on, it can impact other phases of my life. Anybody ever heard of hangry? Anybody feeling hangry right now? No? How about tired? Frustrated? In a conflict with somebody? Those are variables that, again, can impact our cause of conflict. So just because you're frustrated with somebody else or frustrated about a particular situation, be mindful on how that can impact your conflict. One of my colleagues used to say, sometimes you have to take a 20-second time out or check yourself before you wreck yourself and be mindful of your causes. As we continue to think about conflict, we think about types of conflict. And the first one is pseudo conflict. Pseudo conflict is when people think that they're frustrated or think that they're conflicting with somebody, but in reality, it's not really a conflict. They're saying the same thing. Sometimes that happens with roommates. If we think about, well, if you'll cook, I'll wash the dishes. And your roommate says, well, I'll cook, but I need you to wash the dishes. Well, you're saying the same thing, but you may not realize it. And it's interesting if you watch and pay attention to how people conflict. Sometimes it's easy to see that folks are actually saying the same thing, but they're fussing about it. So again, pseudo conflict is when there's not actually a conflict. So we move on to simple conflict. Simple conflict may be somebody took my favorite pencil. Does anybody have a favorite pencil or favorite pen? I just got a new pack of colored pens and I'm very excited about it. But if somebody took my pen, I mean, I can go on with my day, but I'm not going to be happy about it. So that might be a simple conflict if I'm frustrated with somebody. A multifaceted conflict is when you have a long-standing relationship with somebody and have a multitude of conflicts. So they took your pen, they flirted with your significant other, they didn't do the dishes when they were supposed to take out the trash and they didn't, they let you down, they drove your car, whatever it is. So there's lots and lots and lots of things here that play into this conflict with the relationship. And as we let those things build up, sometimes it's harder to segregate what the conflict is. Why is it that we're really upset about something? And then our fourth and final type of conflict is an ego conflict. Do you know, but what's that? What do you think that means? An ego conflict.
Is it more like personality based, like something just internal rather than like external?
Yes, very much. Good response. So it's more external, it's more internal versus external. If it's something that somebody is, have you heard the phrase somebody's in love with themselves? Yes, when they think that they can't do any wrong. Sometimes that comes from our background and our understanding. Sometimes it becomes they've always gotten their way. So as we think about ego conflict, it's not necessarily about a task or something that has happened. Like they may not have stolen my favorite pencil, but we just don't like how they behave, just don't like how they act. And sometimes it's because they think that they are better than we are, or they think that we do things a different way. So we think about ego conflict, again, it's more about the personalities that clash. So as we continue to think about conflict, what questions can I answer for you at this point? All right, so we've talked about what conflict is, misconceptions, as well as types of conflict. I want to speak now about the element of how we can prevent these conflicts from happening. So as we think about back to the notion of siblings, my oldest brother likes to say, how's the world of communications? Because he knows it's a pet peeve of mine. I teach communication, no S. So as you think about pushing somebody's buttons, the first person could refrain from making a comment that pushes those hot buttons. My example earlier about the R word, we probably all have things that kind of drive us a little bit crazy. If you know that about somebody and you're pushing those buttons, or if you're picking at that thing, then that can cause a problem. So if we don't do that, or if we avoid that, as you get ready to go into break, let's see, we just had Thanksgiving. Who was asked those big questions around the Thanksgiving table about, oh, what's your major? What are you doing with your life? Are you dating anyone? Anybody get those questions? Yes, yeah, I see lots of heads nodding or shaking, and that can be frustrating. Sometimes we don't want to have those conversations, particularly with the people that are asking. We can also prevent conflict by refusing to join in on the conflict. Sometimes it's very important. It can be a very mature step just to walk away. When my little people were at the Child Development Center, they were taught walk away anytime somebody was trying to take their toy. And I found that to be an interesting concept until, of course, they did it to me when I was trying to help them get into bed. But as you think about refusing to join in on the conflict, that can be a very powerful thing and a very soothing and healing process for yourself. So you can prevent a conflict by just not engaging. If you know somebody's just trying to, are you familiar with the phrase stir the pot? If somebody's just trying to stir the pot for you and cause some conflict. Either person can do this as well, not just the instigator, not just the person it's directed toward, but the instigator as well. And again, sometimes it's just important to take a time out, check yourself before you wreck yourself, be mindful. Am I hydrated? Am I hungry? Am I tired? Is it something that I actually am understanding as a conflict, or is this because of other things that are happening in my life? Either person can also make the conflict less intense. Now, has anybody ever told you to calm down in the middle of a conflict? Yes, and how did that work out? Hit those space buttons, talk to me.
Whenever I'm told to calm down, it just makes me angrier.
Yes, me too. Anybody else?
It's almost like condescending when people say stuff.
Yes, and I don't think anywhere, thank you, I don't think anywhere in the history of the world did it actually work. In that somebody said, especially from a condescending perspective, calm down. If somebody says, take a breath, I think that's tried to be a little bit softer, but at the same time, not always helpful. So what are some ways that we can try to make the conflict less intense? What are some things that you can do? What are some things that you've seen work and not seen work? Hunter?
I was just gonna say, when you realize that you're getting into a situation where emotions are piling up and it's becoming louder in a sense, it's okay to just recognize and say, let's take a step back. Like, we're getting over emotional. This is not a topic or a conversation that we need to be unprofessional in. I'm so sorry. I'm getting a call.
Well, and like you said, to own that situation and be mindful of your own emotions, and also to understand what's happening with your conversational partner. So instead of saying, calm down, or you could redirect the conversation. This is something that I recognize is very important. I think I'm getting a little emotional about it. Can we talk about this later when I have a chance to calm down? And if that's the path that you decide to take, make sure that you put a date on it. Is this something that we can talk about after lunch? Is this something that we can talk about tomorrow morning before the students arrive? Is something that we can talk about after I take my test? Because sometimes, again, we've got those external variables that are impacting our conflict, and sometimes we don't always recognize it. I've also found that our proximity to people can impact our conflict. And certainly you don't want to get in somebody's face. That's not what I'm saying. But if you're thinking about a student and they're seated, perhaps you can squat down beside them. Sometimes removing the situation or removing the student, if that's, again, something that you'll talk about in other sessions. But at the same time, let's talk about this away from everybody else, because sometimes that just being in the limelight can be problematic. And as we think about that situation, our tone of voice can make a difference as well. Our volume can make a difference. Have you ever seen two people shouting at each other and then one person starts just to be quiet, and how that can impact the situation? We also think about our language choice and how that can fuel conflict. And we're going to talk about that fueling just a minute. But as we think about lessening conflict, where we are, how we talk to each other, the words that we use, who else is around, the time of the day, when we actually have time for it. But don't be afraid to say, this is something that I'm feeling myself get a little excited or a little bit hot about this. Use your words and then ask to talk about it at another time. Sometimes you recognize, okay, this really wasn't that big of a deal. Sometimes you recognize this is a really big deal and we just can't handle it right now. So as we think about lessening the conflict intensity. So as we're thinking about these causes and the different types, we've talked about preventing some things that we might use to light the match. You heard me give that example earlier about my brothers, or if we think about using particular words, some ways that we can light the match or stir that pot for conflict include our tone of voice. My mother used to say, it's not what you say, it's how you say it, which of course you can hear my tone of voice and understand how I felt about that as a teenager. I do recognize though that our tone of voice makes a difference. Somebody mentioned the word condescending earlier and how our tone of voice can be impactful. We also think about our body language. Nonverbal communication is something that continues to be studied, and we recognize that there's a difference between a perception and a true communication, if it's something that we're just doing versus an intention. But if we look at somebody and think, okay, they've got a closed off body posture, they've got their arms folded, we may assume that something about them when in reality it's not there. So be mindful of lighting the match through trying to understand somebody's body language and then also your own body language. We talked about height differential and how close you're standing to someone. We also think about, with our body language, think about your face. Anybody have a no face? It may be called something else, an RBF. But as you think about our facial expressions, that was one thing that I had worked really hard on, and then we went to wearing masks and I realized I was letting my face and show probably a little bit more after the fact because I was used to being hidden. It's part of our body language. Our words, and again, our words can impact. We think about, did anybody ever hear sticks and stones can break your bones, but words can never hurt you as a kid? And in reality, sometimes words do hurt us, that words do matter, how we describe something, how we describe individuals. So words can light the match as well. As we're thinking about these notions of lighting the match, we can't talk about language, body language, and tones of voice without talking about communication. So as we're thinking about our blocks to good communication, we've got, again, language that can light the fire. I talked about the R word. There are other more intense words that can light fires. As we think about it, blame is a big component when it comes to lighting a fire. For the example earlier of using the Chromebook cart, if you say it's all your fault because I needed the cart today, in reality, our colleague may have actually reserved the cart and we didn't realize it. So as we're blaming people, that again can cause conflict. This is all your fault. Might have the accuse of someone. So you've always hated me. Hopefully you've never experienced that, but if someone is accusing you of doing something or someone is accusing you of responding in a particular way, again, that can light our fire, light our match. Demands. Nope, you've got to do it that way, but also just don't talk to me that way. That's something that I think it's something that we want to say because we want to command respect, but it also can cause a problem within interpersonal relationships, that relationship between you and another significant person. So if we're making demands of some way, it could also be my way or the highway, or this is how we've always done it. We talked about that one earlier. When we think about commands, you can't do that. Think about how that could be a command versus, well, tell me more about why you want to do this, or tell me more about that thought process. Just telling someone that they can't do something sometimes causes more tenacity, if you will, or stubbornness against wanting to do those things. So as we think about, again, language that can light the fire, blame, accuse, demand, command, and giving advice. Again, back to our conversation about Thanksgiving and the questions you may have been asked. Sometimes people offer unsolicited advice, and particularly when we start out with words like you should and you ought to, that can often lead to a negative conflict. So be mindful again about language choice and language use. And here's me giving some advice, but I would avoid giving advice unless you know that the person is interested in that. Sometimes somebody just wants to vent about their day. They don't necessarily need advice from you. They just want to get something off their chest. Now, you can certainly help in turn by sharing with that person, I just need to get something off my chest. So as we think about, again, blocks to good communication. Name calling. Well, that can be anything from actually a nickname to more yucky things. I won't plant those seeds. I'm sure that you all have plenty of name calling information from either mediated or from your own experience. But as we think about name calling, certainly that can be language that can be combative. And then other insults as well. I probably should just go ahead and log in so that that will stop. Interrogating, again, the questions after questions after questions after questions can be problematic, and it, again, can stir that pot in the conflict. Sometimes we just don't want to answer questions, and that's okay. You don't have to answer somebody's questions. Well, unless it's a legal thing, and please don't tell your grown-ups that Dr. Brooks said, I don't have to answer your questions. But as you think about questionings and demanding answers, again, that can cause us to raise up our hackles a little bit and get a little frustrated. As we continue to think about our conflict and how we go through this notion of conflict, we've talked about blocks to good communication, lighting the match, and preventing. I want to pause here before I get into some tips and ask for questions that you have so far. All right. Then let's talk about things that we can do to take control of our conflict. Again, as from the lens of communication, we don't think about conflict as being necessarily always bad. Again, any kind of abuse situation, a fisticuff situation, then that is bad. But as we think about conflict, we actually have to have a little bit to make sure that we're actually communicating. When you are faced with a communication conflict situation, do be mindful of your own self-control. Be mindful of yourself, who you are. Think about what's going on in your life, because sometimes we're just not in a place to talk about something intelligently with someone because we're tired, because we're hungry, because we're thirsty, or because life is happening outside of that moment. So use your own self-control as you think about taking control of a conflict. We also think about breathing. Anybody ever practice breathing? That we recognize, and especially if you're talking with little kids, sometimes we talk to them about breathing and take a breath, that we understand, but it's also something to be mindful for ourselves. Breathing, because sometimes if we're talking too fast, for example, we may not be breathing, but also breathing impacts how we're thinking. So make sure that you're breathing in these situations. Watching your tone, recall we talked about this notion of it's not what you say, but it's how you say it. The quarter word for that is paralanguage. It's the tones and inflections of your voice. If you think about, and we don't have time for my media clips, but if you think about all the ways that you could say the words, I love you, that you can actually describe love for somebody, but it could also be more of a facetious element that you're being smart aleck about it. So as you think about your tone, be mindful of your tone when you're dealing with conflict. Body language, again, we talked about that a little bit as far as arms crossed and folded and more reserved. Somebody may perceive that we don't want to be engaging. As you think about your body language, that also includes your proximity to the person that you're trying to have the conversation with. Are you leaning toward that person, and how that makes a difference in how we're perceived to be engaging? So watching our own body language. Listening. Listening is the forgotten art of communication. And sometimes we're struggling so much to get our own point across that we're not listening to our conversational partner. Recall that we talked about the notion of pseudo conflict and how sometimes we're actually not in a conflict, we're actually saying the same thing. That listening element comes into play. So as you're thinking about listening, sometimes we actually just have to be quiet and listen to our conversational partner. So those are ways that we can think about our conflict. We also want to stay task focused. Recall that we talked about ways that conflict can appear to us and the things that we might conflict about. It's important to stay on that particular task, on that particular conflict. So instead of bringing in all the other things that people have done or all those other grievances that we may have or other frustrations or concerns in the world, try to be mindful of what is that one thing that we're trying to resolve in that moment or even manage in that moment. What is that conflict? What is that task? Are we frustrated because the other person has the Chromebook cart, or are we frustrated because they parked in our favorite parking place? So why is it that we're talking about this conflict? So staying task focused. It's also important as we think about this notion of communication, we think about listening, but also reflect on what you've heard. So if somebody says, I'm so angry with you because XYZ, then reflecting that back to the person. So what I hear you say is that you're frustrated because I kept the Chromebook cart longer than I was supposed to. So as you think about that reflection back, what is that person trying to say to you so that you can intelligently understand it? And sometimes it's best just to repeat that back to them to make sure that you're on the same page, to make sure that it's not a pseudo conflict so that you can best address that conversation, but also because it gives you a second to process. Anytime you're asked a question in the classroom, I encourage you to repeat that question back so that everybody in the classroom hears it, but also, again, to give you a second to think about your answer. As we think about our language use, we think about I statements. This one can be difficult because sometimes it feels like we're taking the blame when we're actually frustrated. But I language is when I am upset, I need a timeout, versus you seem really upset, I think you deserve a timeout. And see how that shifts the focus, and it can be more accusatory as we've talked about. So using I language versus you language. Even with the reframing, I understand that the frustration is because. So think about I language. As I tell my students, if you point a finger at someone, then there's more fingers pointed back at you. So be mindful of your I statements or I language. The next one is use facts over observations. So as we think about what has actually happened, it's just the facts, ma'am. What's actually occurred, not our conjecture, not our hypotheticals, but what is the actual thing that has happened? My copies disappeared from the copy room. Well, could somebody have accidentally taken those? Maybe. Do we know who took those? Maybe. But we have to focus on the facts. What is it that is happening in that moment? What is it that we know? When we think about that conflict, along with staying with the facts, stay focused and stay present. We've talked about that there are some reasons to put that conflict off in the sense of rescheduling, not putting it off forever and ever and ever and ever. So if we're not staying focused because we can hear kids coming back from recess, or we can hear people running down the hall, or if there's a fire alarm going off, or whatever it is, if you can't stay focused in that moment, I would encourage you to schedule a time that you can focus on that conflict, to take control of it. Again, if necessary, ask to speak later. And again, set a time. We've talked about that. This is something, particularly if you're thinking about yourself in the classroom, if you've ever, well, we're not too far out of finals, but that's a little more intense of a time. So let me get through my finals and then we'll talk about it. Or I'm trying to get this lesson plan together, or I've got a meeting with my teaching team. Let's talk about this tomorrow at noon, or let's go for a walk after class. So as you think about speak at a later time, sometimes we need to set time limits also. I have 5 minutes. I know that this is really important. This is something that we can accomplish in 5 minutes. Do we need more time to talk through this issue? And sometimes literally setting a timer will help. And that could be for each person to present themselves. It may sound trivial, it may sound juvenile, but at the same time, if you're consistently interrupting each other, then consider setting a timer so that each person gets the same amount of time. Again, we've talked about removing yourself. Sometimes you have that option, sometimes you don't. I'm not encouraging anybody to run away from conflict. At the same time, sometimes it's just not healthy for anyone. So be mindful that sometimes you need to remove yourself, at least in that moment. And again, reflecting on the things we've talked about, staying present, ask to speak at a different time if you need to, and set some time limits. Use business-like skills. Now, I know we're all educators, so sometimes we don't think about that corporate business kind of experience. But as we think about professionalism, that's something that should be in our culture in the workplace, no matter what kind of culture we're in. So as you think about that particular workplace culture, to use that professionalism, also think about somebody that you admire and how would you feel if they knew how you were behaving? Think about, again, not that any of you all would send an email really quickly, an emotionally charged email that you wouldn't think about, but I like to think about, okay, if my boss read this, how would that make me look? How would that make her feel? If my grandmother, my paternal grandmother, who was the epitome of just kind and intelligent individual, if she heard me or she saw me behave this way. So as we think about business-like skills, part of it is, again, being focused on the task, being mindful of our language. And then try to find something that you can agree on in that notion of the conflict. Again, we may always agree to disagree for particular issues, but if you can relate to someone, that will really help you with the conflict. And sometimes it's just a matter of finding something else that you don't like so that you can make a friend through that element. As we're thinking about our experience within classrooms, sometimes the teacher has to take on the person that almost the common enemy. So as we think about conflict today, we've again talked about what conflict is, misconceptions and causes of conflict. We've talked about how we can light the fire, but also how we can extinguish the fire. And I've attempted to give you some tips. We're running quickly out of time. If we had more time together, I would give you some ideas and activities. But for the sake of our time together now, what questions can I answer for you? All right, so as you go into the next stage of your life, whether that be student teaching or living with a new roommate, interacting with different interpersonal partners, I strongly encourage you to think about your own emotions as you're thinking about your conflict. Think about your word choice, think about your paralanguage, and recognize that sometimes it's best to reschedule that conversation, to take a time out, be mindful of yourself, because how you conflict will significantly impact those relationships in that moment, but then also continue. So thanks for letting me be here with you all today, and good luck.
Thank you, Dr. Brooks.
Have a great day. Happy New
Bye.
Year.
Okay, guys, so I think Judy Smith is here. Yep. Judy, so if you are ready, I think we'll go ahead and get started. So that for the next session, we're going to have Miss Judy Smith. She is adjunct faculty teaching down in on the Corbin campus, and also a clinical educator. So some of you guys will have her as your clinical educator while student teaching. And she is going to go through the student teaching tasks that will be required of you. Let's see. Judy, can you hear me? All right, she may.
There
Okay.
we go. I got it on. I was talking, didn't have you turned
You
on.
had
I'm
muted
sorry.
your. No, you're fine. Let me share. You can go ahead and talk to them, and I'm going to share the screen while you're doing that.
Okay, I first want to congratulate each of you on your accomplishments to this point, because I know that it's been a hard journey, but you have succeeded, and now you are beginning this new chapter in your life where you are going to be a teacher. And with that said, even though you are going into student teaching, see yourself in this role as a teacher, another teacher in that classroom, working with your cooperating teacher to meet the needs of those students and to inspire those students to be the best they can be in their journey of whatever comes next for them. So I'm reminded of a couple of quotes from an author, Hiram Janot. And he says that I've come to a frightening conclusion that I, the teacher, am the decisive element in the classroom. It's my personal approach that creates the climate. It's my daily mood that makes the weather. As a teacher, I possess a tremendous power to make a child's life miserable or joyous. I can be a tool of torture or an instrument of inspiration. I can humiliate or I can heal. He also says, treat a child as though he already is the person capable of becoming. So thinking about those, I think of us as teachers that I hope that we go out into the classrooms and we are the inspiration that they need, the encouragement that they need to go forward and be successful in their future careers and their future life. And as clinical educators, that is our goal for you, to go out into the classroom and be the best teacher you can be. Remember, we are there for your support, your encouragement. And I've told you all this, some of you had me in EDC 300, and I've always said, hey, I'm your cheerleader. I am your encouragement. I'm a coach. I'm there to support you. I'm not in the classroom watching to see all your mistakes, because we all have those days where things do not go perfect. I am there to watch your successes. I'm there to see you grow as a teacher and be the best you can be. So with that said, I want to, I guess, I want to tell you about my 3 A's, my 4 A's, I'm sorry, because as I was thinking about having this role today and sharing you with the task, I kind of went to some of my former student teachers. I talked to some teachers, and then I also went by my own personal experience, and I came up with the 4 A's of student teaching. So I wanted to share those with you. So one of those A's is attitude. And you've already been told today that your attitude should be willing to learn, because this is a learning experience. And as student teachers, you know, the good thing about it is you're there with other people that have experience, that can share that experience with you, that can give you that encouragement and their wisdom in helping you to go forward. So have the attitude to learn. And when you have questions, don't be hesitant to ask your cooperating teacher, what would you do in this situation? Or if you're teaching in a classroom and something comes up that you're unsure about how to answer, and your cooperating teacher is there, you know, this is an opportunity to even say, Mr. or Miss So-and-so, do you have anything you want to add to this? Do you have another example you would like to share with the class? You know, it's okay, because again, this is your time to learn. If they chime in on your lesson sometimes and add something to it, take note of what they're adding, so that if you have the opportunity to teach that same lesson again, that's going to be something you will pull into your lesson as you go forward. So have that attitude, be willing to learn. Also think about the next day I think of is your appearance. You want to stand out as a teacher, as a professional. You want to look a little different from your students so that they see you as an adult leader in that classroom. So remember that you are there for a job interview. So you want to dress appropriate and follow the dress code of the school. And even though you may see teachers that wear jeans every day and dress more casual, it's okay for you to have those days where you might wear a pair of jeans for certain activities that's going on in the school or whatever, but you still want to dress professional. So you would not want to wear jeans every day. So that's something to consider. Your actions. Yes, you're there. People are watching your actions. So you want to go in with friendliness. You want to go in with making yourself known to others in the school, introduce yourself to other faculty, the staff, give compliments, know the person that is greeting you when you walk in the door, because one of the greatest things that I have happened to me is when I go into a school and when I get there, they know that I'm coming. When I say I am Mrs. Judy Smith from EKU and I'm here to observe, and they'll say, oh, you're here to observe, and they'll say the student teachers' names, and they'll even tell me before I say where I'm going, she's in Mr. or Miss So-and-so's room. We love her. We love him because they take part in our school activities. They're friendly. They participate in things that's happening in the school. So they make compliments. They say compliments about you. One of the great things that I had happen last semester was, as I was observing a teacher, the principal made a special opportunity to come and introduce himself to me and tell me how wonderful the teacher was. So these are things we like to hear. So your actions are noticed. An HR person recently talked to one of my classes, and they said that, you know, teachers sometimes are put up on higher pedestals. So their actions are looked upon as role models for these young students. So parents are watching you, teachers are watching you, the principal's watching you, but at the same time, you are there as role models for those students. So your actions do matter. So then my fourth A, and one that was really pointed out to me by teachers and by principals that I talked to, was attendance. Your attendance matters, and you may have already heard this today, and I know Mrs. Blackburn, she talks about attendance and how important it is. It's not just about being there for the minimum number of days, the least amount of days that you have to attend. It's about you being there every single day that school is in session, that your cooperating teacher is required to attend. Remember, your cooperating teacher might be out a day, and maybe there's a substitute comes in for you. You're still required to be there, and that's your opportunity to teach that class because you have learned those students, and you can present to them the lesson plan because you've been there and you know what's expected of you. So keep that in mind. I have NTI days. I know that some schools have NTI days. Some of the schools now are requiring that even though the students are out on those days, teachers are required to come in and be part of that day. They are there to answer the phone if parents call having questions, or to be on the Google Classroom with parents or students that might come in with questions, or assist in that school day in some way. So even though the students are not there, the teachers are required to be there. So again, that's between you and your cooperating teacher. Ms. Blackburn's probably already talked to you about that NTI days count if you are participating in them as your cooperating teacher participates in them. So keep that in mind. So attendance is important. So if you're going to be out, you should ask you should always have a way to contact your cooperating teacher as well as your clinical educator, and let them know that you are going to be out that day, that you have an illness or something that's come up that's going to keep you from attending. If you know ahead of time that you have an appointment, that is the only day that you could get that appointment and you're going to be out, you need to make sure you let your clinical educator know about this appointment and get their permission and so forth for any absences that you would know about ahead of time. And again, attendance is important, so be there every day. You may have more than the minimum required days because being in the classroom is where you learn the most. So being there is important, and we feel that it's important. So you are expected to be there. You're full-time every day, unless you have something that hinders you from being there due to an illness or other thing that might be something that you just could not attend that day. You should be present. So with that said, I guess we can go into what's required of student teaching. So as student teachers, you will begin this journey co-teaching with your clinical educator, where you will start out learning the students. The first week, it might be about learning the students, assisting them with teacher duties throughout the day, learning students' names. You may be co-teaching part of the lesson, and your cooperating teacher teaches part of the lesson. And then they start turning over one class block at a time to you, where you lead teach, plan for that classroom, and you take that throughout student teaching. And each week you add on a second class and a third class and a fourth class until you build up to a full day of teaching. And when you build up to that full day of teaching, where you are taking on the role of lead teaching in all the classes, then you begin what we call a solo week, where you teach 5 consecutive days where you are the lead teacher. So keep that in mind as you go through your pacing yourself in student teaching to build up to this solo week. It doesn't start in the beginning usually. It's something that you build up to. So with student teaching, you are going to be teaching. Okay, first of all, let me say this. So within student teaching today, I know that we have some of you are only in one placement. Some of you are in 2 placements. So keep in mind that you will all do the same task for student teaching. The difference will be that if you are in 2 placements, you're going to do half of the task in the first placement and half in the second. If you are in a full just one placement, then you are going to pace those tasks, again, over the semester, but you're still with that. You're just with one cooperating teacher. So you all will do 6 observations. The cooperating teacher does 2 observations if you are in one placement. If you are in 2 placements, then each cooperating teacher does 1. So in your first placement, if you're in 2 placements, you will have 3 observed lessons in each of those placements. You will have your cooperating teacher do one of those placements, one of those observations, while your clinical educator will do 2 observations. And then that would be repeated in the second placement as well. If you're in one placement, then your cooperating teacher will do 2 observations, one during the first half and one during the second half of your student teaching. Your clinical educator would then do 2 in the first half and then 2 in the second half. And again, your clinical educator will go over the sequence of these observations and how they are to be, conducted. Your lesson plans, you are to submit 2 business days prior to teaching those lessons. And this is for your formal observations, where you're going to have your cooperating teacher, your clinical educator observe you. You will have a source of evidence plan that will either be sent to you through your clinical educator, or it's in Blackboard when that opens for you. So you will use that lesson plan and you will fill it out, and you will submit that 2 business days prior to teaching it to your cooperating teacher and your clinical educator. Now, with that in mind, you will submit those through email to begin with. And then after you teach the lesson, you will do a post-observation reflection for those lessons, and you will submit them to TaskStream after the lesson is taught and after you've completed the post-observation reflection. Now, that's for your formal observations. I also want you to remember that it's a good idea to keep, I always tell the students, keep a 3-ring binder. And in that 3-ring binder, keep lesson plans for each lesson that you teach. However, those lesson plans do not have to all be the source of evidence lesson plan that you use for your formal observations. Those lesson plans can be a shorter version where you are just simply keeping your own personal records of what you need to know in order to present a lesson that you're going to be teaching. So it would be a shorter version of that formal observation, but you're still doing a lesson plan, for that. So keep that in your personal journal. So for TaskStream, 6 observations, 3 during the first half of the semester, 3 during the second half of the semester. Okay. So then we go in our next task that you need to complete is the unit plan. The unit plan duration is flexible. We usually say that a unit plan is 5 teaching days. However, some curriculums, some units that you may teach could be longer than 5 days. So keep in mind that your unit could be longer than 5 days, but it must be at least 5 days. Your unit could be, your unit needs to include at least 3 lesson plans, but and those lesson plans are full source of evidence lesson plans, just like the ones you use for your observed lessons. Your lesson plans could be more than 3, depending upon if you're doing a 5-day lesson, you might need 5 lesson plans. Or if you're doing a 5-day unit, you might only have 3 lesson plans where 1 or more of those lessons have 2 days of procedures. Because sometimes you might be teaching a lesson and maybe you present the content that they need one day, and then the next day they're going to be broken into stations where they're going to be practicing the content or doing activities to reinforce the content they learned on the same day. So it's the same standard, the same learning target. You're just doing some activities that expand that lesson into a 2-day lesson versus a 1-day lesson. You will submit your unit 3 days before it's taught. A unit consists, and a lot of you did units and methods, consist of a skeletal plan where you actually, within that skeletal plan, you're also going to have your pre and post assessments, which is a summative assessment of the overall learning that you would want students to know once they complete the unit. And the pre-assessment is usually given the week before the unit begins, so that you have a baseline data readiness of where your students are, what they know going into the unit. And hey, if you see that you have some students that may already know what you're teaching, then you would have time to adjust your unit so that to adjust your unit to make plans for what they already know, so that there's things in your unit that they need to know, or they could expand their learning as well. So keep that in mind, that pre-assessment is given at least a week or the week before. It could be given a couple of days before you start the unit, but just keep that in mind that it's given prior to. You will keep that data on that pre-assessment. You will reflect on that data when you are writing in your baseline on your lesson plans. You will, at the end of the unit, you will give the post assessment, and you will have a in your post observation reflection of your unit, you're going to compare the data of your pre-assessment to the data in your post assessment, and you're going to talk about that data and what you saw and the successes that your students had after you have taught this unit. So so in this unit, unlike the one in methods that you may not have gotten to have taught, in this unit, you're actually teaching the unit. You're actually teaching the lesson. So that pre-assessment data and post-assessment data will be important to your unit. You will write so you're going to have your skeletal plan with the pre and post assessment attached to that. Your cooperating teacher is probably going to be part of viewing that, or should be part of viewing that, as well as your clinical educator. Show that to us ahead of time. Talk to your cooperating teacher about it so that they are familiar and know that you have the essential parts in the unit that's needed there. And then your clinical educator will give you some advice on the written part of the unit. Are you putting in enough detail? Do you have a misconception in there that students might not understand, and how you're going to, what kind of examples you're going to use to clear those misconceptions? Do you have, are you using technology for yourself in presenting your daily lessons? Are you having students use technology at least 2 times over the duration of the unit? So they're going to be, do you have your teacher questions that you're going to be asking throughout the units using the Bloom's taxonomy question starters? So they'll help you with some of that types of things that you might need to make sure you have written into your unit. So this unit plan is your showpiece. The unit plan is only required in this written document that is on Blackboard during one of your placements. If you're in one placement, of course, you just have to do one unit. If you're in 2 placements, you only have to do 1 unit. Usually, your clinical educator will tell you to do the unit in your first placement. And there's really a good reason for that, because this second semester, we are going to be looking at some obstacles such as inclement weather. You could start student teaching and there could be, days missed, a lot of days missed due to, snow that would cause school cancellations. So doing your unit plan, and also the second semester during the second placement, you are faced with schools getting ready for statewide assessments. So the first placement, you may have more leeway to actually get a unit in to find those 5 days or more that you would need for your unit. So we usually encourage that unit plan in your first placement. You also have a solo week, which is 5 days. That's 5 consecutive days of full days of teaching. That's where you take on the leadership role, as I mentioned before, as your cooperating teacher does for her full days, and you are planning and preparing the full day. This is where you showcase that, hey, I can manage my own classroom. And you are showing those leadership skills that you can fulfill a school day and follow the routine of your cooperating teacher and plan and provide instruction for those students for those full 5 consecutive days. So keep that in mind. Just like with your unit plan and your lesson plans, you're going to submit your skeletal plan template. Your solo week does not have to be those full-length source of evidence lesson plans. They only have to be the skeletal plan template. But within that skeletal plan template, you are showing your lesson plans in that shortened form for 5 consecutive days. So that means on a day, you're not just telling me what you're doing, or your clinical educator what you're doing for one block. You're actually telling them what you're doing for all the blocks of the day. So it might be separated out as block 1, I'm teaching reading. Block 2, I'm teaching math. It might be, of course, high school and middle school would be different. You're actually doing social studies and math and English and so forth. But at the same time, there's different content curriculums for different subjects within those grades as well. So if you're doing something different for different blocks, you got to have a little skeletal plan for showing what you're doing that block that's different from block 1 or 2. So keep that in mind. So unit plan, solo week, 6 observations with post reflections for those. These are all required tasks for your work sample. If you're in 2 placements, you're doing the unit plan and a solo week in the first placement. And then in the second placement, you're only doing the solo week. You do not have to repeat the unit plan unless it wasn't taught in the first one. Back to the work samples, as you begin student teaching, the first week you're there, again, it may just be a co-teaching role. However, some of you may feel strong and can go in and jump in and actually take on taking over one of the class blocks. And that's okay, because with inclement weather and things that can come up, you know, you do want to jump in and start teaching as soon as possible in order to get all your tasks done before that last week that you're in those placements. You do not want to wait till the last week and be doing a unit or a solo week, because you want to try to get those done prior to that last week. So as you begin student teaching, and as you see on the screen here, we talk about what we call work samples. Now in TaskStream, your clinical educator will have a TaskStream account. Your cooperating teacher will have their own TaskStream account. There are some things that will just go into the cooperating teacher's TaskStream. And those things are their one observed lesson, a final evaluation, and a disposition. And you've done the dispositions and the final evaluations before. If you're in 2 placements, your cooperating teacher will do a final evaluation and a disposition in both placements. If you're in 1 placement, that teacher will only do 1 final evaluation and 1 disposition at the end of the placement. If you are your clinical educator, however, they will have observation 1, observation 2, observation 3, and observation 4, where you are going to submit your observed observations. They will also have a work sample. And in the work sample, you will complete what we call a Drake. And the Drake is where you video one of your first lessons, not one of the observed lessons that we come in and watch you teach, but this will be one of your first lessons that you teach. You're going to video that lesson. You alone are going to watch that lesson after you teach it. So that night you might go home and you sit down in front of your computer and you view that video lesson. And once you view it, you have a document called the Drake where you answer some questions about how you did in the video, how you saw yourself. And you reflect on each one of those questions and you simply email your clinical educator that document. The video is just for you. Now, as you've been told earlier, within the, there are confidentiality issues. There are some students are not allowed to have their pictures taken or videos. So you may, you want to discuss this with your cooperating teacher and make sure that the video is only capturing you. However, if they will allow you to capture the students, and then then you can delete it after you watch it for yourself, because this video is just for you. It's not really to be shared with others unless you have permission by your cooperating teacher would give you that. Your professional growth plan. So that Drake video is done within the first 3 weeks of the semester. I always say do it the first week if you can, at least do it by the second week, because you want to start your observations usually by the 3rd week, especially if you're in 2 placements and you're looking at weather situations that could interrupt this experience. Okay, then you have your professional growth plan. You all started a professional growth plan in methods. You had to come up with, I know some of them, high school told me 2 growth goals, elementaries had to do 3 growth goals. Your clinical educator will give you a number of growth goals they want. I believe it's 1 to 2 growth goals for student teaching. So you could possibly pick, if you did not achieve those growth goals, you could pick those same growth goals that you started in methods, because we only completed cycle 1. And in cycle 1 of your professional growth, you identified a growth goal that you wanted to work on to make yourself a better teacher. So in student teaching, you could start with that growth goal. And if you fulfill those, you might want to choose another. But anyway, you will submit that through an email to your clinical educator, along with the self-assessment document that is in Blackboard as well, where you went down, when you go through and you just give yourself a checklist of items, and you check where you are in those items. And usually it's from those items that you have picked your professional growth goal, and your clinical educator can go over this more with you if you have questions about this. But anyway, you'll choose your growth goal. Usually by the end of your first placement or the first half of your placement, if you're in 1, you will do cycle 2. And at the end of student teaching, or near the end, you will complete what we call cycle 3. And these are stages to show your overall growth during student teaching in meeting this goal that you set for yourself to accomplish this coming semester. So that's the professional growth goal. So these tasks that you have done all semester will go into what we call work sample. And that work sample is under your clinical educator's task stream. So I always tell my students, teachers, to actually, once we score something, then you can drop it into your work sample. You will not submit the work sample until the end of the semester. And in that work sample goes what we talked about before: your Drake, your unit plan, 1 of your solo weeks, your 6 observations, your professional growth goal documents, and I believe that's it. So keep those things in mind. Again, your your clinical educator will probably, if they've not already, give you a document that shows everything and where it has to go and when it has to be in. So you're going to get this part again. But one thing I want you to remember is make yourself a part of the school. Follow your cooperating teacher's lead. Ask them for advice. Make sure you know the school's rules. Make sure you know your cooperating teacher's rules and procedures for her class. But make yourself a part of the school, in that you're just not showing up when the students arrive and you're leaving when the students leave. That's not a teacher's role. That is totally a misconception for people that think that we show up when the teachers get there or the students get there, and we leave when the students leave. Because a teacher's role is getting there early. I always say at least by 7:30 in the morning before the students come, be there so you have time to make sure you've got things laid out and you're ready for your day. As far as when you get to leave after school, you definitely should not leave before the students leave, but you need to stay long enough to make sure your lessons are planned and prepared for the next day. I know you heard about a substitute folder. Well, you know, you are planning for your classes, but you want to make sure you have all that laid out before you leave that day, because what happens if you're not there the next day? Then somebody else is going to have to follow your plans and teach that. So you want to have it prepared for them. Another thing you want to keep in mind is the copier sometimes gets very busy early in the morning. So you want to make sure that you have things copied and ready to go for the next day before you leave. So your day could be 3:30, but it could be 4 and it could be 5. So keep that in mind, that you want to be prepared the best you can be for your teaching opportunities. So don't just rush out because, you know, the students are gone. Make sure you're there to make sure you see that you're planned for the next day, and do as much of your planning at school as possible. That's just good advice. So that's as far as your lesson plans, we're telling, you know, we gave you a time limit on here where we would like to see your lesson plans, but actually you need to discuss that with your cooperating teacher, because they may say, well, you know, on my job, I need the lesson plans a week early. So they may need them 5 days early rather than 2 days early or 3 days early. So keep that in mind. Now, part of your grade this semester will be meeting timelines. And I know Mrs. Blackburn, you know, when she sees that certain things are not in on time, she'll say, hey, or there's other people besides her, but they look at some of these things that you're doing and they'll say, this hasn't been turned in on time, you know, so we hear that too. So we're not the only ones checking. Sometimes there's other people that check things and they see that it's not in. So make sure you get your things on time, because timelines are important. Can I think of anything else? I think, Mrs. Blackburn, do you think I've left out anything, or can you think of something else that I might need to add, or you need to add?
I don't think so. Let's see. I was trying to look in the chat right now to see if there was anything that people
Any questions?
Mhm. And then also, guys, you can unmute yourself if you have questions as well and ask directly. The biggest thing that I just want to reiterate is making sure that you guys get these assessments submitted to TaskStream in a timely fashion. Just because, you know, we have to do midterm, you know, we're required to turn in midterm grades and then also your final grades. And I cannot, we can't, your clinical educators can't assess something if it's not in there. And then in turn, they can't provide me a grade to put in for you if all those assessments are not completed. And that can, you know, really hang up your ability to graduate. So just please make sure that you're turning those assessments in at the timelines that are requested by your clinical educators.
You will you will have a calendar that you turn in at the end of the month, and that calendar goes to and that will be your attendance record, and that goes to Mrs. Blackburn as well as myself, and she usually likes that the last day of the month, no later than that morning of the first day of the next month, but try to have it in the end of the day of the last day of the month.
Yeah, so just like Miss Smith said, you won't do anything in KFETs anymore, or KEX as it's called now. Like there won't be any submitting hours. Everything is that calendar. And like I told you guys earlier, that the emails that I sent previously with the calendar and the video on how to complete your calendar was included in that same video for or the same email regarding the emergency subbing. So just go back to that. It's got the templates already made for you, and there's a video on how you should be completing that calendar. And just like Mrs. Smith said, you'll submit that at the end of the month to me, to your assigned clinical educator, and also your cooperating teacher.
And one other thing too. So the way we keep up with your progress over the semester is that you keep a weekly reflection, and that is a document that is in Blackboard. And you will fill out the top half, and your cooperating teacher will fill out the bottom half. They will sign it. You can scan it, and you will email that to your clinical educator. And you should do that usually each Friday at the end of the day or the following Monday. And of course, if, sometimes weeks get interrupted, we usually say we would like to see this weekly reflection at least every 5 days. So if school's canceled, it may be that you have to add 2 weeks onto 1 week, but because you're only doing part, maybe you only did 2 days 1 week and then 3 days the next week. So you could combine one, but we like to see these weekly. So make sure you keep up with those weekly reflections, because it is important for us to know how your cooperating teacher sees you in the classroom, as well as how you see yourself in the classroom. So those are required weekly.
Judy, it looks like they're asking about solo week. Do 2 placements versus 1 placement? Do they have to do, if they have 2 placements, do they have to do it in each? And then also, is the unit plan during the solo week, and is there a specific timeline for this?
Okay, the solo week is 2 weeks. So if you're in 1 placement, you'll do 2 weeks of solo weeks. If you're in 1 placement, if you're in 2 placements, okay, let me go back. If you're in 2 placements, you will do a solo week in each placement. If you're in 1 placement, you will do 2 weeks of solo. Now, your clinical educator may suggest that you do those 2 weeks together. Some clinical educators say they like for you to do 1 the first half and 1 the second half. So I'm going to say discuss that with your clinical educator of whether they want those 2 weeks to be consecutive 2 weeks or where they want them separated out 1 and 1. I will say this. When I did my student teaching, once I built up to my solo week, and usually it was about a couple of weeks before the end of the placement, I just finished out the placement. My cooperating teacher pretty much just let me keep right on teaching, and I wanted to because I loved it. So that's an option. So keep that in mind. But you only have to turn in 5 days of lesson plans for the solo week into the task stream. Even though you're keeping lesson plans for everything you teach, you're going to do 5 days that you're going to turn into task stream. So you can, your unit plan can be during your solo week. However, keep in mind that the unit plan is a separate document. So you would still turn in a 5-day skeletal plans for a solo week, and then you're going to have your unit plan, and your unit might only be for 1 of your classes. Now, I know some of you are teaching the same subject multiple times, so you may teach that unit multiple times, but the actual written unit only has to be written up for one of those classes that you're teaching throughout the day. And which means that the context, and you all know if you had me in EDC 300, how I push the context, where you describe the school in 1 paragraph, you go to that school report card and you write a paragraph about what's there, and then you write another paragraph about your students in the classroom. And that's where you have to collect data from your cooperating teacher about who has IEPs, who's GT, but it's more than just those educational labels. It's also who's in the classroom. So you might hopefully they would give you access to some type of assessment scores that would show reading levels or academic levels of those students, that you could reflect on those scores and your students in the classroom, some of their interest. So just remember how to write a context. I know you all do. You're doing a great job with that. But make sure that that context for your unit, for those lesson plans, only have to be for one of the blocks that you're teaching the unit in. And your post-reflection only has to be for one of those blocks that you're teaching the unit in. Even though you may do those things if you're teaching it in other blocks, that written plan that you're turning into task stream just has to focus on that one block of students. Does that make sense? Hopefully.
Okay, and then another question in the chat regarding Blackboard. We have been updating all of the Blackboard course shells, and actually it's going to be in the new Blackboard Ultra view, so things might look a little different when you guys return. We've got some more tweaks to make, but when we get back, we're leaving for winter break, and our office will return on January 2nd. And so that week, I'll make it a priority that we'll go ahead and get your guys's Blackboard shell all the way finished and get that open. So it'll be open probably, by the end of that week. Okay.
And your clinical educator should be the one that will send you a copy of all these tasks, and a timeline for how they're to be completed. Hopefully most of you have met with your clinical educators or will be meeting with them before this week is over. And if you want, contact them. Yeah.
Yeah. Like Judy was saying, you're going to have your own individual meetings, or as a group with your assigned clinical educator. And they're going to go over all of the requirements again. It's just that we like to do an overview of them during day one, but they're going to go more in depth with you and tell you their particular timelines and how, there might be a little, just certain days of the week that they want things turned in. So you'll, be hearing from them. And if you haven't, then send an email, and reach out to them and say, hey, we did day one seminar today. And when can we meet to discuss all of the requirements for student teaching?
And remember, student teaching is not just going in and teaching these lessons. It is about you showing up early and staying, at least long enough to be planned. But also you are required to attend any professional development days that your teacher, because sometimes school districts will have days where the students are not present, but the teachers come in for professional meetings. Well, you're required to be there for those professional meetings as well. If there's parent-teacher conferences, sometimes they have to get permission for you to attend, but hopefully you'll be allowed to observe in parent-teacher conferences so you can see how those things run in a school. If there's a faculty meeting, you're supposed to attend the faculty meeting so that you keep up with what's going on in the school and learn how those things run. If your cooperating teacher is a part of activities such as academic team, or they're supervising a dance after school, these are things that, and Ms. Blackburn can confirm this because she, but these are things that can count as extra time towards student teaching, so that if something happened, you had an illness and missed excessive days, or if there was inclement weather and you wasn't able to go in and participate in the NTI days, and wasn't getting counted for those, these would count towards a student teaching day. So keep those things in mind. That plus, it looks good on a resume if you are showing interest in the school and if you are a part of the school and you are doing some of these extra things. So, be a part of the school. Don't just say, well, I'm just doing this to get through student teaching and earn my certificate, because they will call the schools and ask them for recommendations. And they'll call your clinical educator and ask for recommendations, your cooperating teacher and ask for recommendations. And sometimes those things matter.
They definitely do, guys. And, she has said this, Dr. Broombaugh said this earlier. So many times if you guys impress them and they have an opening, you're going to be hired before student teaching's over with. So please just keep that in mind that you're already on the job interview.
And I realize, as Miss Blackburn and all the others recognize, that I know that some of you have to work. I know that, the ideal situation is you don't have another job but this. Some of you are married and have children. Some of you are single parents. And I know how hard all of that can be. However, student teaching is something that you have to try to put in as much time into it as possible. So just keep that in mind. And we are here to listen, and we are here to have empathy with you on these things. And when I say empathy, I mean help you find solutions and give you advice. So please, call your clinical educators and reach out to us when you have a concern or a question, because sometimes we can help you work through it before it gets escalated into something that's not going to be a good thing later. So
yeah, I mean, that's so huge. There's been so many times that, a student has waited and then there's nothing we can do. So again, if there is any kind of concern or issue, please start first with your clinical educator, and then, and then if necessary, reach out to me. And so we can go ahead and try to get, nip whatever that is in the bud, get it fixed, get it resolved, because we don't want this to impact you being able to finish up student teaching and, and then graduate. Any other questions really quickly? Otherwise, I'm going to say thank you to Miss Smith and let her go. And then I'm going to let everybody go for lunch.
let me say one quick thing. I apologize because I just thought of this. So I had a teacher recently say to me, tell them to write down, and this is a first year teacher that I had as a student teacher. She said, tell them to write down everything, even the little things, because when you go in the school, when you get your own job, it just helps you to remember how that cooperating teacher handled a situation. As something as simple as, what did they do when a student threw up in the classroom? And also my last little piece of advice, and then I'm finished, is keep yourself a journal for yourself. This isn't a requirement. And at the end of every day, when you go home, take a moment and write one positive thing that happened that day that's going to help you go forward. Because sometimes being able to go back and read the positive things helps you to, and sometimes you may want to write down some other things like negative, but keep the positive things written down, at least one, because that will help you go forward when you have a bad day. You look back and say, well, I made Johnny smile today. And that was a positive because he hadn't been smiling. So anyway, with that said, I wish you all the best. I love you all. And I'm so proud of each and every one of you. And I do know how hard you've worked to get here, because I've walked in your shoes too and sat in your seat. So even though I'm old, I've been there and done that. So anyway, love you all and best wishes.
Thank you. All right, guys. So with that, we are going to break for lunch. Please make sure that you are back, and ready to go by 1:30, because Mr. John Akers is going to be here to talk about school safety, and that is a hugely important topic, as I'm sure you guys are aware these days. So again, have a good lunch, and we'll see everyone ready to go at 1:30.
Do you want us to fully leave the Zoom, or do you want us to just turn our cameras off?
You can do either one. I
Okay.
can let you back in, or you can just turn the camera off. Doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Hey Brandy, how you doing?
Hey, how are you?
Doing very well, thank you.
Good. Let me,
Are you able?
make you a
Are you able?
co-host. We can see if you can pull up
I'm,
your,
I'm sorry, say again, please.
that I just made you a co-host so you can be able to share your screen and your presentation when we're
Okay,
ready.
let's see if it'll work here. Share screen. See if that's the current one. Yeah, that's the current one. Are you seeing that?
I am.
Okay, now let's see if I can get this thing to work up over here. I got 3 screens going on. Are you seeing the full screen now?
I am.
Good. Let's see if it'll progress. Are you seeing the triangle now?
Yes.
Well, that means we're good. That
Oh,
means
good.
we're good.
All right. Well, I have told them to be back and ready to go at 1:30. So we've got a little bit and then they will be back.
Okay, that sounds good. And also, towards the end of this, I will ask them to, well, during the process, I'm going to ask them to submit questions,
Okay.
specific, because I'm going to be hitting generic stuff, but I would like to zero in on some of the specifics that they have. I've kind of changed this a little bit during the course of events, working with different student teacher groups around the state.
Okay.
And so I'm going through this pretty quickly without a whole bunch of side stories, and then asking them to give me specific questions that they have. Now,
Okay.
these students have been, I guess, doing some observations, or are they currently student teaching?
They will be going into student teaching. When they come when the teachers come back from winter break. So
Gotcha.
yeah, so they just finished up their method semester this fall, and then yeah, they're student teaching this spring.
Right. Okay, I just admitted my project coordinator, Morgan Wilson, to join us here.
Okay.
Just, she's my guru when it comes to my uh, technology or lack thereof here at the office here. So there you
Okay.
go. So at 1:30, do you kick it off and introduce
Yeah,
me?
I'll
Then we
kick
go?
it off. I'll introduce you and then I'll turn it over to you.
Sounds like a plan. Okay. Hey,
Perfect.
Morgan, we got it working, I think. So, but just, stare at your computer so that it knows to tell mine to behave itself.
I will do my best.
Okay. We tee off at 1:30.
Come on.
Mhm. Randy, it's not working right now. I'm trying to advance. It's not working. There we go. Okay. Just have to press harder. Is my audio up enough too?
Yeah, you sound really good.
Oh, put that in writing, please.
We'll get going here in just a minute. I'm letting several in as we speak. Hey, everybody, we're going to go ahead and get started back. To kick off the first session this afternoon, we have Mr. John Akers. He is the executive director for the Kentucky Center for School Safety. So I'm going to turn it over to him so he can speak to you about all things school safety.
Okay. Thank you very much, Brandy. Really appreciate it. And I appreciate I think about 110 of you zeroing in on this Zoom here and learning a little bit about school safety issues. Let me give you a little bit about my background so you know where I'm coming from. I'm a very proud graduate of Eastern Kentucky University. I started my teaching career in 1970, so you can do the math. I am I've got a little experience under my gut here. I taught for 4 years. I was a civics teacher, a ninth grade civics teacher, and then I became an assistant principal at a junior high school in Lexington, downtown Lexington. And then I became an assistant principal at Bryan Station High School in 1981, and then became the principal there in 1984, and then became the principal of Paul Lawrence Dunbar High School in 1989, and never had a desire to go to central office at all. I always liked the action. I always liked schools. And so that's my DNA, so to speak, that of a principal. I retired in 1999 and was engaged into designing schools when I got a call from the Secretary of Education in our state, Marlene Helm. And she asked me if I would be interested in applying for the directorship of the Kentucky Center for School Safety. I did that in December of 2000. And here I am in 2023, still working with school safety issues. And I can tell you that things have changed radically during those 23 years in school safety. And when I talk with you all, and I really don't like Zooms because I like to read my audience when I speak. I'm a teacher. That's my DNA of that, as you know, being a teacher, so to speak. And so I always like to engage the audience as I'm speaking. And so I don't have that opportunity here. So I hope you'll understand that I'm dealing with kind of a sterile environment here when you talk about Zoom presentations. However, I do want to ask you during this presentation to send in questions via the chat room. And then Brandy will read those questions to me after I complete my presentation here as far as the PowerPoint is concerned. And then maybe we can get into some specifics that you would like to talk about. But I will tell you this, that a lot of new teachers do not understand their responsibilities when it comes to school safety. And with 53 years of experience under my belt, I can tell you that I have many, many folks that buy into what I'm saying as far as the number one issues that we have, or the many important issues we have when it comes to school safety. So let me get into this a little bit deeper here. You've seen this before. This is Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and I'm not going to bore you with this. I know you regurgitated it on a test, and so you're good to go. But I would like to look at the bottom, at the bottom rung right there, the physiological thing. If you have kids coming into your classroom that have been outside at a bus stop when it's raining and they're soaking wet, they're not going to learn. If you have kids that come from a family that haven't, that don't feed them breakfast, and they come into school late and they haven't eaten anything yet, they're not going to learn a whole lot. And so I guess in this portion of my presentation, I always tell new teachers, be aware of the physiological aspects of these kids when they come in, or if they're hungry, or if they're wet, or if they're, if something's bugging them, handle that as far as the physicality is concerned. There you go. So let's get into this next rung, and that's the rung that I want to kind of be involved with you as far as school safety is concerned, is the safety, aspect. And I usually go around the room and ask the student teachers, what do they think is the most important characteristic of school safety as far as from the teacher perspective? And I get a variety of answers on that, but the number one issue about really setting up a safe environment for your classes and for your kids is to show them that you really care. Now, please don't throw this off to the side saying, oh my golly, he's saying tell us care for the kids, yada, yada, yada. I'm telling you that it is the most important facet of school safety, that if the kids really believe in you and believe that they can trust you many great things will happen, not only safety-wise, but academically and your relationships with the kids throughout the year. You'll have them for 170 plus days. And so it's probably a good idea to establish a good, warm relationship there. And I'm going to get into that a little bit more, but they don't care how much you know at this point in time. They want to know how much you really care for them. And I will tell you that it's easy to, care for about 95% of the kids that you'll see. There'll be those 5%ers that are the tough loved ones that are tough to get in there and to really get to know. And those are the ones that you really need to go over and beyond the call of duty and trying to establish relationships with those kids. Some don't want to learn. Some don't want to even be at school. But eventually, if they know that you care about them, this will be a safe haven for them, A, from their homes, and B, from their neighborhoods, and C, they might find somebody who actually cares for them. I know that sounds so cliche, but trust it from this old guy here that I know what I'm talking about when it comes to that. And I want you to be their teacher. I don't want you to be their buddy. I've lost count this year because my son used to work in was an associate commissioner with the Department of Education in charge of the Teacher Standards Board. And he would keep me abreast on the number of teachers that were arrested for having inappropriate relationships with students. And you know where I'm going with this. I won't get into any greater detail in this. You know what an appropriate relationship is as opposed to an inappropriate one. But in 1 year that I remember when he was still associate commissioner, he told me there were 43 arrests made of teachers having inappropriate relationships with their kids. So I want you to be their teacher, someone who they look up to, but I don't want you to be their buddy. I want you to be their protector. Yes, I want you to be their protector. And that takes on a whole lot of characteristics. For example, in your classroom, if kids are starting to make fun of another kid, you need to be their protector. You need to be showing that you have respect for everybody that's in your classroom. Even though you may have some troubles with some of your problematic students, you need to be the protector of all the kids there. And I want to get into that a little bit in greater detail. What this does, it shows when you have mutual respect on everybody in your classroom, that sets a completely different tone. You can show your caring. And let me give you an example of one. And I always like to use this example. When I was principal at Bryan Station High School, I was in a physical education class doing the classroom observation. And back then we had all boys in one class and all girls in another class. So back then they kept boys and girls PE separate from one another. Now it's different. But back then, these were all guys and it was a male teacher. And so he's calling roll. And so the boys are trying to act macho type thing. Yo, here, like that. Got to one kid who in a very effeminate voice said, here. And as a result, I got the senator calling me. Hang on a minute here. Okay. And it got to this kid who had the effeminate voice, and the other kids just made fun of him. Oh, listen to old sissy there and things like this. That PE teacher immediately called that quote unquote effeminate kid up to him, and he says, now you call the rest of the roll. You're going to be my teacher aide the rest of this year. Well, that set a standard. All of a sudden, the boys who were making fun of them saying, oh, golly, this teacher asked this kid to be his teacher aide. And that set that caring thing right there, that the PE teacher coach could have blown it off and said, okay, guys, straighten up like that. He could have done that, or he could have taken a different route and used that as a learning experience for the other boys in there who were trying to make fun of a kid that was a little bit different than him. So show you're carrying that way through mutual respect. Control your classroom. You're not the harbinger of news, behind a lectern. You're somebody who should be meandering around your classroom as you're speaking, keeping an eye contact on all your kids, and kind of reading your classroom. These are all basic standards for safety, because if you can control your classroom, if you can control these kids from making fun of one another, the bullying side and things like this, things are going to be a lot better. If you can control the small things, you'll be able to control the bigger things down the road. Okay, I want you to be fair and consistent. You can't show favoritism from one group or another group, and you can fill in the blank for the different groups that are out there. But sometimes especially in the high school areas, some kids feel that the jocks get a pass on misbehavior because they're the athlete, or the cheerleaders are the, chosen ones, or so to speak, like that. All kids need to be treated fair and consistently. And right now, there's a lot of bullying going on with transgender kids and kids that are different sexually as far as their identity is concerned. Every child that walks through that front door is in definite need of your respect for them, no matter where they are on on whatever kind of spectrum they could be on. Keep your room orderly and neat and clean and free of clutter, because you may have to move the kids out of the classroom pretty quickly or over to another section of the classroom. And we want you to be able to do that where the kids are unimpaired when they can move back and forth. Sometimes book bags get involved in blocking aisles and things like that. Book bags can be taken in the back of the room and stashed there during classroom time, things like this. So just be aware of that. Those are just some basic standards there. Now, require mutual respect among all of your students. Now, you're the role model on this thing, so if you start showing favoritism one way or the other, they're going to nail you. Let me tell you about a situation that I witnessed that I wish more teachers would do, but it is incredibly important. And I don't know if this would work so well with elementary kids, but it will work well with middle school and high school kids. I had a teacher at Bryan Station that the first week of school, what she did is she gave each one of her kids X number of questionnaires times the number of kids plus the teacher in the room. So if there are 25 kids in the room plus the teacher, that's 26 questionnaires. And the questionnaires are interview questions for students to ask one another. So for example, if Brandy and I were in the same class, I would be sitting down with Brandy and I would be reading questions to her. Hey, Brandy, what's your favorite movie? What's your favorite food? What's your favorite pastime or your favorite hobby? There are a bunch of questions like that. Then Brandy would interview me. And this would round robin around all the class, okay? What that's doing is introducing kids to one another. Far too often we have kids in a classroom in any kind of public school that don't know one another. So these introductory questionnaire issues cut down a lot of fences, if you will, or walls that these kids may have because they see some commonality among one another. And then the kids get to interview the teacher as well, and the teacher gets to interview the kids. So they round robin these 26 interviews throughout the first week of school. And with that teacher, I never had a discipline problem in my 8 years at Bryan Station coming from her classroom because the kids got along, because they got to know one another. And they were really amazed with some of the things. For the teacher, for example, she was a female teacher, or is a female teacher, and she was into NASCAR and professional wrestling. Who would have thought your English teacher would be, WWF and all that stuff? That broke down a lot of barriers there. So if you can find ways to introduce the kids among one another, and you elementary types probably can find a way to do something similar to that, this cuts down on a lot of lack of respect among your students in there, and also can start maybe a good foundation for mutual respect for everybody in there. Enough said. Okay, some more basic standards. Keep your classroom door locked. Why? Okay. One of the things that I failed to mention to you when I introduced myself is that I served as a national consultant on school safety, and I worked along with my colleagues over at the Department of Education in Washington, D.C. I would travel around the country once or twice a month, and I would be working with school districts from, I've been in, Maine all the way through Arizona, and probably 20 some other states in between. After the shooting, and we are coming up on the anniversary of the shooting of Sandy Hook tomorrow. And after that shooting that occurred now, and I'm going to make an assumption, you know what I'm talking about when I say the Sandy Hook shooting, where the shooter came in and shot elementary kids and staff members there. I'm going to make that assumption. I'm amazed that sometimes when I talk about Columbine, some of the student teachers don't know what I'm talking about. So I'm going to go to something more current for you all. After that shooting occurred, the Secretary of Education in Washington asked me and 3 other people to train all of the principals in the state of Connecticut on school safety issues. Okay, enough said on that. The day before we did that training, we had dinner with the Newtown, Connecticut. That was the name of the school district there. where Sandy Hook Elementary was located. We had dinner with their superintendent and some central office people. You may remember that that principal got shot and killed in that school. So obviously there was no opportunity to speak with her. But I'm sitting across the table from the superintendent, Janet Robinson, and I was very, very quiet. I mean, what do you say 6 weeks after a massacre like that? You know, I'm an outgoing guy and stuff like that, but I just didn't know what to say. I didn't know what to do. And so Janet asked me, she said, John, you look like you want to ask me a question. Feel free to ask me anything you like to. And I said to her, I said, if there's one thing that I can take back to Kentucky, Janet, what would it be that you don't want me to share with my educators around the state? And here's what she told me. She said, with the number of exterior doors schools have, now put in your mind, my student teachers here, y'all, the number of exterior doors you have around the schools that you are either going to go to or the schools that you came up through when you were going through elementary, middle, and high school. You know, there are a lot of exterior doors there. So her comment was, if anyone could find a way to get in through one of those exterior doors, how many doors could they go down through the school and push open and shoot and kill people? Okay. How many doors could you push open during instruction and shoot and kill people? Well, I took that to the Education Senate Committee in 2013, and I said, I would like to see a law that requires teachers to keep their doors locked during instruction because of this. I mean, that was firsthand experience. I can't show you and tell you about the emotion that I felt when this lady told me after 26 people got killed in her district, why she's saying that, because those doors were standing wide open. I can't give you that same passion that I saw with her. But anyhow, I took it to the legislature and I asked them to pass this. They took it up and it was defeated because the teacher organization felt that that was taking away a right of a teacher to leave a door unlocked, particularly elementary teachers, because of the pull-out programs that are there. And I got to thinking to myself, I think that's a crock. I mean, the pull-out programs, yeah, you have to open the door and tell a kid to come out and things like this. And it's inconvenient for somebody to put a key into a door tumbler, turn it, open up the door, ask the kid to come out and lock it. Some elementary teacher said, well, Akers, you're a high school person. You're not really that familiar with pull-out programs in elementary. That will disturb students. I challenged my elementary educators on this thing. I said, does it really? You know, I can think of the times when I was doing the morning announcements in the high schools, both high schools where I worked at, and the kids just turned off when I was speaking. They became used to me doing my wah-wah thing, so to speak, from the PA system. But when their students made announcements, they listened. And so I asked the elementary colleagues, I said, is it really disturbing or is it a convenience thing? And they said it's a convenience thing. So after we had the tragedy down in Marshall County back in 2018 with the school shooting we had down there, I doubled down with the legislature on this thing, and I got it in the law where it says your classroom is to be locked during instruction, period. It's against the law if your supervising teacher is leaving that door unlocked, she or he are breaking the law. So please understand that. We have a group right next door to me here over at the Department of Criminal Justice Training. These are police officers, retired police officers that are tasked with going around the state unannounced, coming into your school buildings and checking to see that these doors are locked. So be sure that those doors are locked. Now, I know you're going to be a student teacher, okay? And your head teacher hopefully will be, you know, adhering to the law. It's been on the books for 5 years. And so please understand that. And that's why we have this law that these doors shall be locked, not should be locked. Okay. Beware of possible pushback. We still have teachers that may pass that first inspection that comes through, then leaves their door open. And that leaves them vulnerable if something bad should happen in their school system. Also, keep your key, your classroom key, in your possession the entire time, because your doors primarily are going to be set to lock anyhow automatically, because you are in perpetual lockdown anyhow with your classroom doors that are locked during instruction. So if you're outside the door, in supervision, and your door should come closed and you don't have your key, it's in your desk, well, you're screwed. You need to be able to keep that key in your possession. Okay. When you're not in your classroom during the planning period or meetings or whatever the case may be, lock your door. Period. Lock your door. You don't want to leave bad people to come in and sneak in your room and stay there until they want to do their bad things, or you don't want people to come in there and steal things out of your classrooms, because we have a lot of technologies, a lot of Chromebooks, a whole bunch of technologies in there that you don't want to lose. If you don't want anything stolen of your personal belongings, don't bring it to school. I hate to put it that way, but we have kids that still steal. That's hard to say together, still steal. But anyhow, if you don't want to lose it, don't bring it to school, okay? And to my females here, leave your purses someplace else, and rather than school, because kids will zoom in on that. And when I say kids, I'm saying some kids will zoom in on that and rip you off. Basic standards of rule enforcement. Okay, if you've heard of KCID, Kentucky Center for Instructional Discipline, or if you heard of PBIS, Positive Behavior Intervention Systems, or if you heard of the CHAMPS programs, any kind of standardization program, we call them instructional discipline programs, that a school may have adopted, you are to follow that, and you're to understand what the criteria of that is, because you don't want to be out there by yourself thinking that you're doing the right thing when the school has a system of instructional discipline programming there. So understand that. If you need to get in further detail what that means, I'll be glad to provide your class and your professors with more information on that. Be familiar with the school district's code of conduct. Okay, now do understand this, that codes of conduct that the districts have are generic, so to speak, but school-based councils can further define those into more terms. Okay, for example, it might say in a school district, if you get caught for fighting, you're going to get a 5-day suspension, but a school-based council could come up with, you're going to get a 10-day suspension. So understand that you got two codes of conduct that you need to be familiar with. The school district's code of conduct, and if the school that you're going to be teaching in has a more defined student code of conduct. Okay, the biggest problem that us principals experience with our teachers is inconsistency of rule enforcement. You have teacher A over here that let kids slide, and teacher B over here follows the rules to the letter. For example, some teachers think the rules in the classroom are the 10 suggestions. Some teachers believe they're the 10 commandments. Okay, and when teachers start not being consistent among one another, that first of all confuses the kids. It's got the mom versus dad syndrome, as I like to call it, number one. But number two, it can set staff members against one another when you go to the workrooms and stuff like that. Why are you always letting these kids eat in your classroom when it's against the rules to do this? Or why are you not letting these kids come in without a tardy note? So be aware that you need to be consistent. It's the inconsistent teachers, and you'll run into them. The inconsistent teachers are going to be the ones that are going to frustrate the kids. Now, supervision. I was a supervision freak when I was a principal. I believed if you can control the hallways and the bathrooms, you can control almost anything, okay? Now, the KRS 161180, basically principals have to come up with a supervision plan from the time that the kids hit the school property till the time they leave. That's my responsibility as a principal, to have my teachers and my staff all engaged in the supervision program and plan. Nothing deters misbehavior any better than having a live body around looking at the kids in what I call an active supervision mode that will stop many, many misbehaviors, okay? And I said just a minute ago, principals are required to have this plan from arrival through dismissal. You'll be asked and required to pull bus duty, where you stand out there in the freezing cold, like today, for example, watching the kids come in off the buses and coming in from their parents' cars. And you'll be required to supervise them, and you should be greeting them when they come off the buses. Good morning, how you doing? blah, 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 those type of things. So, and also in the evening, you'll be catching afternoon bus duty and, bus call and things like this. So be aware that that is part of the supervision plan. Let me talk about active versus passive supervision. And I wished I was standing in the classroom where I could demonstrate this, but passive supervision is, let's say when we're talking about hall duty for secondary schools. You may remember when the bell would ring or when you would change classes, the teacher would step outside the door and stand by his or her door, watching the students go back and forth like a lifeguard sitting in a chair, so to speak. Okay, that's what we call passive supervision. Active supervision is where you get out, take a couple of steps from the wall, look at the kids when they're coming down the hallway and greeting them and how you doing and stuff like that. And if you see any misbehaviors, quit horsing around here, take off your hat, keep on going, keep on going. Let's not be late. That's not lollygag around. You talk with them, give them high fives, fist bumps, things like this, but don't lay up against the wall like you're some kind of mannequin looking like, whatever, hoping kids don't talk to you. Engage the kids, engage the kids, engage the kids. Okay. Keep an active supervision of your classrooms. Now, let me tell you, Mother Nature will hit you while you're teaching sometimes, particularly if you're drinking coffee in the morning, stopping by Starbucks, and along about second hour, you've got to go to the bathroom. Well, what do? You're right in the middle of the class. You need to go to the bathroom. And what do? Well, you set up something ahead of time with your teachers right or next door to you and stuff like that, saying, I need to step out for a minute. And of course, I always use the excuse that I need to make a phone call or whatever, because I don't want the kids to go. I didn't want the kids to know that I was going to the bathroom, but I said, I need to make a call, or I need to get a sip of water. I need to talk to somebody. Anyhow, have somebody cover your classroom. Now, you can arrange this with your departmental chairs or your grade chairs that you have in the elementary schools and high schools and middle schools, or you can arrange it with your principals. How do you want me to handle this? Because if you leave that room unsupervised and something bad happens, they're going to come back and, get you on this law, the 161, 180 law there. So be aware of that. Playground. Now, this is where I nail my elementary teachers, and they're going to know, and they're going to roll their eyes when I say this. Every playground has what we refer to as the bench. And what happens when elementary teachers go out on recess? The kids are out there in the playground and the teachers are on the bench. Guess what they're doing? Yep. Recess is not for teachers. Recess is for the kids. What should happen in a playground, to my elementary colleagues here, is that one should be at one end of the playground, one should be at the other end of the playground, looking inward, making sure that the kids see that you're watching them, and then maybe walking in amongst them throughout the period of the not lunch period, but the recess period. Be aware that if they can catch you, if your surveillance cameras should catch you sitting at the bench looking at your cell phone, and there's some kids that hurt one another down there, and the parents and the plaintiff's attorneys ask for that tape to be submitted into the court records, they're going to come after you. So that would be negligence if you are not supervising the playground. Enough said on that. Lunch duty. Some of you all may catch lunch duty. And this is a time not to sit at a table or in your lifeguard chair looking back and forth like that. This is a time for you to rove around the lunchroom. Now, let me state this, and I'm going to say it again here in a couple more slides here. Every kid that comes through that front door of your school is your kid. I'll repeat that. Every kid that comes in through that front door, regardless of grade, is your student. Okay? Now, you are assigned X number of students to teach in your classroom, but when it comes to supervision duties, all the kids that are in those four walls of that school are yours. So when you're on lunch duty, and let's say you're a sophomore English teacher in high school, but you're going to be supervising freshmen, sophomores, juniors, and seniors in the lunchroom. When you're doing supervision in the lunchroom, walk around, try to engage kids. How you doing? And your proximity control, where you are, the kids will be looking over their shoulders at you. Because if you're at one spot, they're going to know how to beat the system. But if you are continually roving around on active supervision, trying to engage the kids, that would be a good thing. And as a sophomore teacher, if you will, you can plug in the blank when it comes to other grades. middle school kids or elementary kids, you'll get to know a lot of the other kids that are not in your classes. And you can make contact with that. And anytime you can call a kid's name out among a group, you have disarmed that group. By that, I mean, if you have a group of kids that were thinking about doing something silly and you were able to call out Billy Jones or whatever the kid's name is that you know, his friends are going to say, well, he knows or she knows one of us. So, and I can get into the gang mentality sometime when that comes to that kind of conversation. That's how you break up gang issues in your secondary schools, but that'll be another day for another discussion. Continuing on with supervision. We just had this issue yesterday. I had a teacher from a high school, I won't mention the county, write me, says that our principal wants us to be in the bathrooms during class changes, not standing outside the door, but being inside the bathroom when the kids are coming in doing their restroom necessities, I guess. And so they were asking me for my opinion on this. And I said, well, there are some things that you got to consider. First of all, gender issues. And we're in a female dominated profession. So there are more women that are in our profession than men. Okay. I certainly don't expect women to go into the boys' bathroom or to the men's bathroom and supervise. But I can tell you that if you're in a situation where you're asked to do restroom duty to the females and you catch male duty, you have to stand outside that door and be able to holler in there what's ever going on, whatever the case may be. But I can enter a bathroom in a boy's bathroom and not be gawking at them and things like this. I can turn my head. I can be engaged. I can be checking the faucets. I can be just passing through, checking trash cans and stuff like that, not watching the kids engage into their restroom areas like that. That's if your principal requires you to be in there. Now, sometimes principals want you to do what they call pass-through. You walk in and you walk through, you walk in, you walk through a couple of times during that 5-minute class change, okay? Now, sometimes, and this is a rarity thing, my wife, who was I'm afraid of my wife, by the way, I've been married 54 years, and she is an Irish woman, and she's not afraid of anything. So when she was a teacher at a high school, she caught restroom duty for the boys' restroom stuff because she raised 2 sons plus raising me, I guess. And if anything happened in there, she says, if anything's going on in there, you better be aware. I'm going to come in there and straighten it out if I hear anything. And so she scared the boys into submission at the school. There are ways that you can set your persona when it comes to supervision in restrooms like that to let the kids know that you're not playing, that you take this seriously, and you may not have to get in there, women going into men's restroom, and certainly men not into girls' restrooms and things like that. So just be aware that can be a bone of contention. And there was one that came in yesterday to my office. Okay, access control. This is a biggie. It sounds like not much, but access control is what the Senate Bill 1, which we call the School Safety and Resiliency Act, that passed 5 years ago, really, really hits home. This requires that the school really be into a quasi lockdown throughout the school day. In other words, the exterior doors are all supposed to be remained locked. Remember what I told you about the Sandy Hook experience. All of those exterior doors are supposed to be locked. Plus your classroom doors are supposed to be locked. Now, let me give you an exception. If you are on a planning period and a kid wants to come back to your classroom and get special tutoring or has a problem or is an issue where you're one-on-one with a kid, your door should remain open. Your door should remain open. We don't want anything going on one-on-one behind a closed door where somebody could say, there was an inappropriate relationship going on like that. So understand that. Now, further access control. People are not supposed to be coming into your school building only through one door where it's electronically controlled with a two-way intercom system and a camera system. And the secretary of the school, we call them gatekeepers. They are the ones that are supposed to not let everybody in, especially the PTA queens that come in every single day. They have to check in. Hi, I'm John Akers, Center for School Safety. I'm here to meet with your principal. Then they would come in and then they would ask me for my ID. And then they would give me a visitor patch. Now, here's where you come into play. Suppose that I check in and they don't give me a visitor's pass, and you're walking the hallways during your planning period, and you don't recognize me, what are you going to do? Well, that's a rhetorical question. Your principal should train you into saying, if you see somebody out there that doesn't look like they should be here and they're not wearing a visitor's badge, you need to walk up to them and professionally, what I use the term, challenge them. Hi, good morning. My name is John Akers. I'm a civics teacher here at Winburn Junior High School. I noticed that you're not one of our staff members here. Are you a visitor? Oh, you are? Okay. Let's walk together up to the office and let's get you checked in here. Okay. That's one way of handling that. And you can kind of work your own way on how to approach somebody like that. But if you approach somebody and they just blow you off and walk away, get a description of what that person looks like. Male, female, white, black, whatever the case may be, heavy, skinny, hat, whatever kind of clothes you got. Do a quick scan of them, run down the office and tell them you got somebody who's in the building that shouldn't be in here and they wouldn't come with you to the office. Those are some of the things that under the umbrella of supervision, we're asking our teachers to do. Now, my friends down in Muhlenberg County, down at the middle school down there, they have a really neat thing going down there. They have a thing called door tug of war. I'll repeat that. Door tug of war, little pun on words there. This is where teachers and teacher aides and custodians and cafeteria workers and everybody who's an employee in that district, when they're walking the hallways throughout the day and they pass an exterior door, they just walk up to it and give it a tug just to be sure that that door has latched. We have kids that'll come by and bump on that door so it's just halfway latched and you can pull it open from the outside. And yes, we have teachers that sneak out and get their cigarette smoke going on, and they put a little rock inside that door, and that door, they know that door is a little ajar. We want to be sure that we're protecting not only the kids in that school. Mind you, there were 6 people that were killed, adults, at Sandy Hook. Now, let me be real honest with you on this whole thing about school shootings. That takes place 1/10 of 1%. I'll state that again. With over 200,000 schools in our country, if we had 200 school shootings per year, that's less than 1/10 of 1%. But you can't tell that to the folks down in Marshall County or over at McCracken County or over here in Carter County where they've had school shootings. You can't say that to them. So we got to be prepared for the worst. Now, in elementary types, the biggest threat you have are parents who lose custody of kids and will come into the school and try to snatch their kid and go. So again, this whole thing about access control, is it perfect? The answer is no, but the more we can try to keep the exterior doors secured, that's our first line of defense, if you will. Our second line of defense, obviously, are those interior doors. Third line of defense is us checking everybody coming in to the school, being sure that they're there for the right reasons. Okay, enough of that. Okay, you may get some generic duties that are assigned. Now, I'm primarily probably looking at maybe our elementary folks on this one, because some of your elementary schools do not have assistant principals. And if I'm if I'm a principal of a elementary school and I have to be at central office for a meeting, I need somebody to step up to the plate and help me out. So maybe the guidance counselor would come up and kind of serve as the quasi principal while I'm out, and I might catch a teacher who's on plan and say, hey, would you join the counselor out there for bus duty? Well, it's not my week to do bus duty. I know it's not your week to do bus duty, but I'm also asking you for a favor. I have to be out of the school. I got the counselor who's going to be coming up there covering for me there. She needs to have somebody else, or he needs somebody else to help him out on a bus call. Will you help me out? I can tell you when teachers, what's the word I want to say? Willingly, there's the word I'm looking for. Say, well, sure, I'll be glad to help you out. Those are the ones that I'm going to be earmarking on their evaluation, saying that you're a team player and you can help me out on these times. And also are the ones that I'll be earmarking for where I get into what I call growing my own principles. I have given birth to 22 principals over the years, if you will. And so I handpick these people when they start doing things like this for me. That really encourages me to bring them on up the ladder. Okay. Quick supervision. I told you I was a freak on this. Active supervision versus passive. Know that every kid that comes in that school is your kid, except, not just those that are assigned to you. Now, if you hear or see something or if you hear or see something, say something. I know that's kind of a cliche for our Homeland Security folks, but keep your ears open and keep your eyes open, especially when you're on supervision. You may be hearing kids say some things. Oh, I heard Billy's got a knife, or somebody's got this, or somebody's going to, there's going to be a fight. These girls are going to fight in the girls' bathroom. Listen to what's going on. If you hear or see something, say something when you're on supervision. Okay, I've got to take a swig of water here. I want you and your students to develop situational awareness. Okay, that's a term that we're using more and more these days. Let me explain this one in a little bit more detail. Well, in fact, let me give you an example. I hope maybe somebody here is a Red Hound from down at Corbin. At Corbin High School, they had a great principal down there by the name of John Crawford. And at Corbin High School, their commons area for their gymnasium also served as their cafeteria during the school day. So they had cafeteria tables all set up in their concourse area there. And where the concession stand area is, that's where the kitchen area was. And to the left of the cafeteria was all the doors that led into the gymnasium. So Principal Crawford walks in there one day with his bullhorn and says, "Students, listen up. If I was a shooter coming in here during lunchtime, what would you do?" And by the way, school shootings take place before school, during lunch, after school, and during class changes. They do not take place during class time. Let me just say that as a backdrop here. So he says this to his kids, if a shooter should come in here during lunch, what would you do? So some of the kids said, well, we'd get underneath the table. No, you become a static target, as we like to refer to that as. And that was a lesson that they learned at Columbine when the kids hid underneath the cafeteria tables and underneath the library tables, and they were just sitting ducks, so to speak. He says, no, we want you to run away from the noise, or we want you to hide the best you can on these things. So what would you do if a shooter came in now knowing that? And so the kids were sitting closest to the door of the gym said, well, we'd probably go through here. Kids sitting over here close to the kitchen saying, I think we'd go through here. Now there was a hallway this way and a hallway that way in that area there too. And the other kid said, well, we would split out these ways. These ways, that sounds bad. Okay, you get the picture what I'm trying to say here. So he had his assistant principal get a stopwatch out. He says, now on my mark, I want you to leave this area as quickly as possible, not running over one another. So they set the stopwatch going, and in 8 seconds, 300 kids evacuated that cafeteria. So when he calls the kids back, he says, now I'm going to give you a term called situational awareness. When you come back into this cafeteria, always know what your escape routes are. Know where you can get to safety right away. He's burning that in their brains like that. Then he throws them a curveball. He says, we have you 170 days during the school year. Many of you all go to church. You know, we've had more church shootings than we've had school shootings. Know where your options are in your sanctuary, in your churches. Know where your options are when you go to a sporting event. Know your options wherever you go. If you're at a concert, I think you're getting my point here. We're trying to teach you situational awareness, and we want you to teach your kids situational awareness. Okay. Now, if you continually are negligent in going to discharging your duties of supervision, your principal will be documenting that, and that could be a bone of contention as far as renewal of your contract is concerned. But also, if a series of negligent, what's the word I want to say here? If there are a series of negligences, I really hate being on Zoom when I get into these things here. Let me try it again. If I can prove as your principal that you've been negligent in an ongoing way, and something bad happens in your classroom or your supervision area like that, you're going to be charged with negligence, and your liability policy that you have as a teacher will not cover you. Your liability policy covers you when you're making a good faith effort to discharge your duties as a supervisor of your kids there. I hope I made my point on that thing. So let me try it again. If you are negligent on a consistent basis, and that can be documented, and something bad happens in your area and you're not there when this thing occurs, then they can come back and sue you, and your and your liability policy will not cover you. Now, let me give you another wrinkle to this. If you have a kid, and I've had these things happen to me before too, as a classroom teacher, I dismiss class and there's a kid over there crying. Okay, I'm not going to just let him sit there and cry. I'm going to go over there and try to console him. So I'll tell the kid, I'll be with you in just a minute. I'll get on the phone and call up to the office. Hey, I got a situation in my room. I can't be out on supervision. I'm covered. Okay. Stay with the kid. That's part of the caring thing that I talked about at very early here. So there'll be times when you need to be in your classroom that where you have, I guess what I'd say, something serious going down. It's not just where a kid wants to have a question answered and things like this. It's more of a situation where a kid's crying or a kid's afraid of something. So always, always, always get out on your supervision thing. Okay, let me take a breath here. Get a swig of water. Okay, I want to orient you to our little acronyms. You know, in education, we all have these acronyms. Well, these are your EOPs, your emergency operating plans. Okay, each school has their own emergency operating plan. There are no two alike because there are different things that can happen. When I was at Bryan Station High School, when the old school was there, we were below grade level when it came to I-75, which was higher than that. If I had a tanker of chlorine gas turn over, the chlorine gas is heavier than air and would come down. And where are my fresh air intakes for my HVAC system? Facing the interstate. So I had to have a plan for hazmat issues with my school back then, okay? If you're by a railroad, or if you're by a busy intersection, or if you got into the country, we have elementary schools that are right across the street from Southern State stores that have diesel fuel and ammonium hydroxide fertilizer, which is a bomb. So each school should have their own indigenous, I guess is the word I want to use, emergency operating plans. Now, there are some basic things that you have in emergency operating plans, and I'm going to go over those with you. Okay, now, when you're a new teacher, your principal, by law, is required to sit down with you as a group and go over that EOP with you. If he's not doing that, he's breaking the law, okay, and he's liable. So be aware that when you do your new teacher orientation, he will or she will walk you through what you're supposed to do, okay? And it's not rocket science, folks. It's not rocket science. There's basically two things you're going to do. You're either going to evacuate the building or you're going to stay put. I'm going to talk about that here in a minute. Okay, sometimes emergencies occur outside of classroom time, like field trips, for example, or field days that you may have. You can fill in the blank there. Now, if something bad happens in your school, you will see a swarm of media coming in there trying to get get enough information, get some footage for the 5 o'clock news. Okay, never, 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 never talk to news media after an emergency has occurred in your school or something very serious has happened. Always direct the media to your principal. Now, here's a classic case. We had an incident happen at Dunbar High School when I was a principal there. Okay, and I told the teachers, don't say anything, don't say anything, don't say anything. But the news media, and I kept them off campus, the news media went up to Palomar, up to McDonald's, and where did the teachers and kids go after school? To McDonald's. And they stuck the microphone in front of people and saying, what did you hear? What did you see? What did you say? The teacher thought I meant saying, don't say anything to anybody while on campus. I said, no, don't say anything at all. What happened with that teacher is that she said something that was not a fact, and she was called to task in a courtroom of law saying that she stated this as a fact, and that became a very sticky point as far as the drug bust was concerned. So anyhow, my point is, let your principal do the talking. The principal probably won't do a lot of talking. They will get their central office folks to have somebody that will address those issues. Okay, here's another issue. Kids might have some kind of accident in your room, something as silly and as painful as a paper cut. And I'm wearing a Band-Aid right now. It wasn't a paper cut. But a paper cut can become a staph infection. And a staph infection is something that just really is difficult to deal with these days. Anytime something like that happens, as minor as it is, fill out an accident report form. You should have a stack of those in your desk, okay? Hopefully you won't use them many, but you need to have them right there. And you need to document what you did to address that issue. A kid gets stuck with a pencil, okay? Or cuts themselves with the scissors, or trips and falls and hits their head. Whatever, you fill in the blank of what could happen in there, and I can tell you all kinds of crazy things can happen. Fill out an accident report, make sure it goes up to your principal's office, and keep a copy for yourself, okay? Don't do it electronically, do paper-wise. Electronic things have a way of getting erased, okay? Let me take another swig of water here. I was sitting at a national meeting in Washington, D.C. with all the directors of the school safety folks around the country, job like me around the country. And we were told this by the person from the National Health Institute. And here's what he told me. He said, more kids die in schools because of bleed outs that you never hear about than anything else. That blew us away. What do you mean bleed outs? Well, kids can get cut, sever an artery, and bleed out within less than a minute and die. He said, I think every school classroom should have a box of 4x4 gauzes in their desk drawer. May never use them, but bottom line here is if somebody should happen to be cut like that, first thing that you learn in first aid is that put a gauze on it and apply pressure and call for 911, okay? So please understand that's something that came from the nationals on this thing. Now, know where your severe weather zones are. Okay, you'll know where yours for your classroom, but here again, if you're an elementary teacher, you may have the kids out at the playground and a severe weather sirens go off. And, you know, it just happened down in Nashville, and I was down in Nashville this past weekend when the tornadoes ripped through there. So bottom line here is that know where your severe weather zones are. And you may not want to take your kids all the way through the building to your severe weather zone area there. You may not have time. But if there's a severe weather zone closer to where the recess door is, so to speak, there's your closest zone. 90% of the times you'll be using your own, but if you're caught coming back from the gymnasium, coming back from the playground areas, or the in the high schools from the track or the softball fields, etc., soccer fields, whatever, know where your closest safe weather zones are. Also, this is something that I always ask my teachers to do, and I always ask the principal, you know, one of the things that us principal types do, if you feed them, they will come. Teachers have ravenous appetites. Just put 5 dozen donuts in the faculty room and you'll see that they'll be gone before first hour. Or if you say, okay, we're going to do a 3-hour training on first aid during the conference day, and as a reward, we're going to have pizzas. I'll stack the place. It's never failed in all my 25 years as a principal. If you feed them, they will come. But bottom line here, see if you can take that Red Cross first aid class. That'll help you out quite a bit. Okay, let's move on. Emergency responses. Okay, oftentimes when we get into an emergency situation, you'll need to be listening for announcements coming over the PA system, or the kids will need to be listening to you for instructions, okay? So you need to train your kids that when something serious happens, that you need to have absolute silence so that you can talk with them and communicate with possibility of some of your colleagues down the hallways like that. So keep an accurate attendance if you have to evacuate out of your classroom. And I want to get into that a little deeper here. Now, here are the 4 major emergency responses that you have to practice by law in the state of Kentucky. Fire, lockdown, earthquake, severe weather. And these all have to be done during the first 30 days of school, and then again during the second semester. Okay. Sometimes they practice what they call reverse evacuation. That is, if you're outside and severe weather comes in, you come in to the inside. That's kind of or if we know the shooter's outside, then you're out on recess, supervision and things like that, bring the kids in. Okay, now let's look at fire drills for just a minute. Everybody wants to know, why do we have to do so many fire drills? Because the last time that anyone ever died in a fire in a school was 75 years ago, because schools back then were all wood and they were basically what we call tinder boxes. As I look around the office here, I'm seeing sprinkler systems, I'm seeing alarm. You can't see it here in my office like that. But if you go into a school, it's made out of concrete walls, basically. And the only fires that occur in a school are usually in the cafeteria, in the kitchen, restrooms, or in the boiler rooms. Rarely is there anything else out there. But nonetheless, federal law says we have to have these drills. Okay, you have to do 2 drills during the first 30 days of school. Okay, those are fire drills I'm talking about. Okay, then you do 1 per month, weather permitting. Now, if you have a real bad string of weather in February, then your principal may do 2 in the month of March, but he has to, or she has to have at least 10 of these under their belt by the time school's out at the, in the spring. Get used to it. Each classroom should have evacuation routes, primary and secondary routes. Now, when you go to your classroom as a student teacher, by your classroom door, walking out of your classroom door, there should be a map. One shows the primary route and one a secondary route. Because if the fire or if there's some kind of issue that's taken place in your normal primary route, this is your secondary route. So you need to be able to be sure that that is there. If they do not have those evacuation routes, they are in violation of the access law that I talked about a few minutes ago. Okay. Always take your classroom roster with you during your fire drill. Something that us nasty old principals have done on occasion is we do what we call the pull-out. What that means is that, and you've been through fire drills as students before, so you know what it's looking like. You got massive people coming out, walking out, teachers leading them, and we got kids coming by and stuff like that. I, being a dirty old man that I am, would snatch a kid, say, come on in here, sit down here, and get him in the office. And then when we go outside to check roll, what we usually did with our teachers is that I had my assistant principals and our security folks go out there, and we'd say, we through bullhorns would say, roll check. Okay, so you got your classroom roll and you're checking off, you got everybody there, and we're asking them to hold up a green card saying all accounted and present. Okay, if you're missing somebody, the flip side of that card is red. I'm missing somebody. Okay, now if the teacher of the kid who I snatched out of the hallway during the evacuation shows me a green card that she's got everybody accounted for in, during this evacuation drill, I'm going to have a conversation with her at the end of the school day because she didn't accurately, give me information. Because that kid in a fire situation or in a gas leak situation, that's more apt to happen. That kid may still be in the school. I need to be looking for that kid, so I need to know that information. So it's not just a pain in the butt drill we got to do, but get your get your classroom roster there and be accurate on your poll, as far as your attendance is concerned during the drill. Take your Go Kit with you. Now that might be a new term for you. And let me get into what that is. A Go Kit is basically a book bag, okay? And it's got a clipboard in there and it's got some different things in there. For example, you might want to have a clear book bag. Have your class rosters in there. And I'm going to get through these very quickly, and I've got to put on my glasses so I can see this a little bit better. Okay, you've got a list of special needs students and medical needs that they may have. Water bottle, flashlight. Now, when I say a friction flashlight, if you have a flashlight in there with batteries, they may not be charged up enough. A friction flashlight is one that's got a crank to it, and it automatically generates power with that. Now, I'm not asking you to buy these things. Your school should be buying these things for you, okay? A door stop, excuse me. Yeah, I already said flashlight. A door stop. That's when you're evacuating and you don't want that door to close, okay? That's not to be used during the day, you know, to prop open doors during class time. We're need to be reminded. A whistle where you can get somebody's attention. Trash bag, possibly. An emergency blanket to put around a kid. First aid kit, and I had tourniquets in there, antiseptic ointment and gauzes, hand sanitizer wipes, sunscreen, Q-tips, vinyl gloves, non-latex gloves, duct tape, ink pen. We don't do pencils because pencils break off. Permanent magic markers, scissors, white peel-off stickers so you can put them on a kid's chest or something like that, or green and red cards that I talked about before. Post-its where you can send a note out, a notepad to take notes. This is not an all-inclusive list. You can use some of these things, not use some, you know, and you can make up your own. Now, I will tell you that I talk to principals when I talk about Go Kits, and Walmarts have been wonderful partners over the years around the state. The principal merely needs to go to the manager of Walmart and say, hey, I'm John Akers. I'm principal over here at Dunbar High School. I've got 117 teachers here that need Go Kits. Can you help me out? And the guy says, yeah, I'll fix you up with Go Kits and give me a list of stuff that you need. But in return, I want you to put up a sign in your gymnasium and out at the football field and in your yearbook and in your newspaper publications, advertising Walmart. That's a trade-off right there. I get this stuff for free. Sometimes soft drink companies will give you monies to get these things done. Now, that's a principal thing there, but hopefully your principal will be providing you with a Go Kit. If not, call me and I will see to it that your administrators find out creative ways to get these. Enough of that. Okay, lockdown drill. Let's talk about that for just a minute here now. We have to do 2 of these per year. And like I said before, these happen not during class times. And that's why it's frustrating to me that when they do lockdown drills, they do it during class time. And I'll get into that too. At least they're doing something. Okay. Always practice the entire drill. So if you are doing it during class time, get the kids to get up, go over to that safe wall. I'm hoping that you know what I'm talking about when I say a safe wall, away from the line of sight. And most of your classroom doors have that little window that's in there. You know what I'm talking about? Somebody shake their head and let me know what you're talking about. Okay, thank you. Those are to be covered by your teacher during a lockdown situation like that. So move the kids over from point A to point B and be sure that that door's covered. And obviously, your door should be locked during instruction anyhow. Be familiar with your school's lockdown procedure. Now, some schools have codes that they go by. Code red. That means, you know, you're into a lockdown, what we call a hard lockdown. Okay. We don't recommend that because a substitute teacher comes in and says, what the heck's a code red? What's a code green? What's a code blue? We ask principals, actually we tell them, call it like it is. Faculty and staff were in hard lockdown. Now, a soft lockdown might be there's a problem outside in the community where robbery has occurred, and you want to be sure that you're in a soft lockdown, which means that all perimeter doors are secured and go on with your business. But we don't do anything outside of the school, like recess. We don't do anything, any PE classes outside and things like that. We stay in there until it's all clear. But understand what your school lockdown procedures are. You should be teaching with your door locked already. You've heard me say that umpteen times already during this time. Now, there's a model out there called the Run, Hide, Fight model. And that's what is a good college model. And if you can run away from the shooting, that's good. If you can hide from it, that's good. Or if you're stuck in a corner and the guy's got a gun on you, you can fight, okay? We don't advocate we don't advocate fighting. We advocate run and hide. We do advocate fighting if the teacher wishes to be trained in fighting. Well, I referenced my wife on this again because she is always funny. She wanted to be trained on how to fight. You know, at 110 pounds, she thinks that she's all that in 5 bags of chips. But she wants to learn how, you know, she's very physically oriented type of thing. And so She wants to be taught that, but you have some teachers that don't want to be engaged in how to take a gun away from somebody. You have some teachers that don't want to know how to, take a fire extinguisher and throw it at somebody or shoot them with a fire extinguisher. That's okay. So we advocate for kids to run and to hide. In elementaries, we are going to be very hard to deal with when it comes to how we teach these kids to run away from things. How can you tell a kindergartner to do that? And we have our own plans for that, and I will talk about that here in a few minutes. Now, there are some school districts, and I won't mention them, they have what they call the Alice model. And this is a dangerous model. This, again, is a very good model for college students, but it's not a good model for schools, and let me explain why. ALICE is an acronym. It stands for alert, which we have no problem with that. Lockdown, obviously, we have no problem with that. Inform, we have no problem with that at all. But C stands for counter, and counter means fighting. They're teaching kids in these school districts how to fight when a shooter comes into their classroom, which they never had, by the way. There's been no classroom that has been breached, is the word that law enforcement uses, broken into during class time when the class door has been locked. Now, have students shot kids in classrooms? Yes, because they snuck a gun in and shot somebody in there, but not when they've gone to lockdown. Okay, so we don't teach the kids to fight under that C word standing for counter. And E stands for escape. And by the way, I was trained in this model. I don't speak secondhand information. I speak firsthand information. I was trained in this model, and I don't agree with it. But the E stands for escape. And what E stands for the teacher is that the teacher can decide when he or she wants to leave the room during a lockdown. Now, let me tell you what's going on, lessons learned throughout the years with lockdowns, except for Uvalde in Texas. First officers arrive. They're going to be coming in probably with a long gun, and they're going after the shooter. They're not going to worry about anybody who's in the hallway. They're going, as far as people who've been shot and stuff like that's concerned, they're going straight for the shooter, okay? And they're going to shoot the shooter if the shooter doesn't give themselves up. You've probably, if you're not aware of it, that's what happens, okay? So if you're a teacher under the Alice model, you think, well, I think it's safe. I want the kids to come out. You got an officer running down the hallway with a gun looking for a shooter. Do you want that to happen? The answer is no. Secondly, as in the Columbine model, there were 2 shooters. And so where a teacher might think it's safe to come out one door, the shooter might be out the other door. So again, we just say, teach your kids to run away from the noise, hide from the noise, okay? Now, I reiterate this issue that to date, knock on wood here, that no one has entered a locked classroom and killed anyone in our country, as far as we're told. And I checked on that 3 months ago. Okay, if the school is placed in a lockdown mode due to an active shooter, do not open your door at all. Even if I come on the PA system and say, faculty and staff, everything is clear, open your doors. Don't do it, because the bad guy could have this to my head saying, you either make this announcement or you're dead boy, okay? Don't open your door. Law enforcement will come by and unlock your door. They will identify themselves, and they will be given a master key to come in there and to get you out of there, okay? You will also be required to watch a 1-hour video that's produced by our neighbors next door here, the Department of Criminal Justice Training, which I had a part of in developing, on what teachers should be aware of when it comes to lockdown situations in the school and active shooter situations. And you need to be very, very well informed when it comes to that. Okay, earthquake drills. What's the likelihood of us having an earthquake? Very little, but we have to teach it, and it's the drop, cover, and hold model. You've seen that before, okay? And we need to teach kids that once they, get underneath their desk and hold on to it and say, okay, we've done the drill, and I'll get back up. Okay, that's only half of the drill. But a lot of teachers make that mistake, because what they need to be telling them that during a class time, if I'm a teacher and I've done the earthquake drill in my civics class and the kids are back up in their chairs now, I'm saying, okay, now let's just think for just a minute here. We actually had an earthquake here. What would this room look like? And they said, well, the ceiling might have come down, that light fixture might come down, that sprinkler might be shooting some water down here on us, and the desk would be all ajar. Look at what might be there if you actually had some things going down here. And so ask your kids, to be aware that these things could happen here. That you could have hanging debris, water lines, electrical lines, gas lines, etc., be leaking, whatever, to be aware of that. And so we have to figure out ways to navigate to get out of that room and out of the building after the initial shakes that have occurred. Okay, plus you're not going to have probably any communication system because the electrical system will be down. Take your go kit when you're leaving because the principal is going to be asking you for a roll check. And you want to be sure that you're with the right person and you with the right people, I should say. Severe weather. This is no joke, folks. This thing hit West Kentucky big time. Bowling Green got hit on Saturday. Thank God kids weren't not in school during that time. Northern of Nashville got hammered big time. 2 years ago, almost to the date today, I think it is, where Mayfield and Murray area, and it went right up the ladder, right up the state line there, even branching in over into the Bowling Green area there. Severe weather can actually happen. The weather's crazy these days around here. So take that drill, take all the drills seriously, but also understand you have a greater shot at this thing happening to you and your kids than anything else I've talked about so far. Know your evacuation plans. That would be a stay put plan where you're being inside your hallway. The reason why you go to a hallway because the ceiling span is wider in your classroom than in a hallway. And they say, yeah, but what about that being a wind tunnel? Well, that could be possibly an issue, but the way schools are designed, they have breaker doors. You don't understand what breaker doors are, but they have these doors that are on electronic magnets that close automatically and would take that away. So get them out in the hallways there. Know your different zones. I already told you about that. And just need to have your go kit handy to get your hand on it if you're right outside your door. Okay. Now, I had this drawn into the law, as well as my friends from over at Mental Health. One of the tragedies that happened during my time as a principal is I lost 5 kids to suicide. And they still are with me today internally. And it's very, very important for me to give you a real somber but pointed, how do I want to say this better? Mandate, there's a word I want to use like that this is not negotiable. This is something that we really need to work on. Suicide prevention. Okay. I had drawn into the law that you, the teacher, has to have training on suicide prevention. And our friends from Mental Health will provide that for your principals. Actually, it comes from me to the school district school safety coordinator, which goes to your principal, which should go to you all. Okay. You are to be trained for 1 hour on this thing. And please do not do this thing that some teachers do. And I hate it when principals say, you do this training online by yourself. Because what happens when this happens far too often, teachers are just buzzing through that and they're looking at this as they're doing this. That's not the way it should go. Your principal, if he or she are doing these things right, they're going to call a staff meeting and they're going to go through the 1 hour training with you all. And you're going to have your mental health care professionals there on site saying, okay, do you have any questions? That's the way the training should go down. But if they tell you, do it by yourself, turn off your cell phone and really saturate and learn about this thing. And I would, if I was meeting with you personally, I would share a personal up close and personal story about me losing a student. That would be something that I wouldn't want ever happen to you all. So I wish I was trained in this. We did not have that training back then on that. Now, let me go back and say I said middle school and high school, that's 6 through 12, but we've had 9-year-olds that have committed suicide, not just up in Louisville, but well, I don't want to get into districts. We've had, I'm trying to think, the last count I heard was 11 elementary kids that have committed suicide, and they do it by hanging. Strangulation. Blows my mind. Okay. You, the teacher, have to review with the kids before the September 15th, that's 6 through 12, suicide prevention strategies and share with them information. Now, your principal, again, will be giving you possibility of a video to show to the kids, materials to hand out, suicide 988 hotlines, things like that. Be sure you know that. Now, notice that we said staff members, not just teachers. That's for teacher aides, that's for student teachers, that's for anybody that comes in contact with kids, bus drivers, cafeteria workers, you fill in the blank. Everybody that comes in contact with a kid has to go through this training, okay? Because I might be a cafeteria cashier lady, and I'm seeing this kid who's always, doing well and stuff coming through here. All of a sudden, I see cut marks on his arms. I need to be trained in things like these. I need to look to be trained in what we call the look fors in these issues. So please understand this. Okay, now, here's something else that we've done. And I pray to God, I can retire yesterday so I can bring up God anytime I want to. I pray to God that every school have these posters. Every school has these posters posted. I sent out 26,000 of these things out, 10 per school. This is our tip line. It's a statewide tip line that kids can access by phone call, text message, email, shoot the QR code. They can get information to somebody about something that is possibly a dangerous situation. And that can mean anything from somebody who's cutting themselves, like I just mentioned, to a gun on campus, to a knife on campus, to a drug deal, to bullying, to whatever the case may be. We have somebody that's monitors that 24/7. We also have, when you get to that website to give this information there, we also give them the 988 number for the suicide hotline. If I were you as a teacher, I would make a copy of this and I could send it to you all in an attachment, run it off, and I would have that posted in my classroom as well. Now, I'm going to pray too on this. I don't know if you can see this very well, but this is, let me see how I do this. Okay, this is a magnet that goes on anything that's, metallic, duh. I had some extra, what I call COVID money that I had to use or lose. So I had 600,000 of these things made up. 600,000. They are to be distributed during this school year to your students. Now, I know high school kids probably would blow it off. Your elementary kids, this could go into their packet going home, and mom would put it up on the refrigerator. Possibly with your middle school kids. Maybe some of the high school kids would put that in their locker, if they still use lockers anymore. But we're trying to saturate the market with this information here. And this should not be what I call a one and done thing. If I was a teacher today and I had that sticking up in my room somewhere on a poster board, I would say, hey, kids, don't forget, if something's going bad that you can't come to me on, or anybody in the school to come on, hit that tip line. I want the school to be the safest that it can become. And I would do that probably monthly. I would hope that the principal would have enough wherewithal to do it from the office as well. But to remind them of this, this should not be a one and done thing. So keep this in front of the kids. Okay. Things to be aware of. I'm coming around the clubhouse turn here, so be sure you have your questions into the chat room for me, or else you'll make me feel bad that nobody's listening. Okay, child abuse. When in doubt, always, always, always report it. And I'm going to tell you, report it in 3 ways. Okay? If you suspect something, that doesn't mean you know it, you suspect it. And there are ways to look at this stuff. The kid's not dressed the way he's normally been dressing. Or you might see a kid who's always been wearing short sleeve shirts, now wearing long sleeve shirts because he's concealing bruise marks or burn marks. And as a high school principal, I can tell you that I counted at one time 15 abuse reports that I made myself for high school kids, okay? And get this, the majority of them were boys, where dads beat the snot out of them, okay? So you will make a report and give it to your principal. Then you find out the children's services number in your area. Find out your child protective services in your area. And you'll call them and get the email and send them an email. Okay. Then we have 700 plus schools now that have SROs there. Give them a copy of that. Okay. Give them a copy of that. Cover it. If you don't have an SRO, ask your principal to notify you of who you should send a copy to. Law enforcement would want to know that as well. So they will be back checking to be sure, or backtracking, I should say, to be sure that children's services, protective services are doing a safety scan with them, a safety visit. Okay. All right. I've already talked about the stop tip line. Dating abuse. This is for my secondary, basically high school people. That is something that is getting a lot of traction lately. Primarily boys beating up their girlfriends, or their girlfriends not providing them with the type of affection that they want to have, putting it bluntly. And this usually happens, unfortunately, and you can talk to most high school principals about this. We hated proms because of drinking, hotel rooms, and dating abuse. And what was supposed to be a really nice thing, by and large, the things that hit our office after, on that Monday after, or that Monday morning after a prom, gets to be really sad. We'll still continue to have problems for the 90% of the kids that want to be there for the reasons that they want to be there. And it's a beautiful thing. But I'm telling you, from my principal standpoint, I'd rather not have proms. I'd rather a club would have their own private prom. But anyhow, we have to deal with hotel rooms being abused, drugs issues happening, alcohol issues happening, kids dying in accidents because of alcohol, and then of course female students being beaten up because the boys weren't pleased with what the results were of their prom. So you get my point. I feel uncomfortable sitting here by myself talking about this, and I can only imagine what you're all thinking about. I would rather read you in a classroom rather than trying to sift through and see what's going on. I think you get my point. Okay, bullying happens. Come on, God. 5 incidences of bullying occur every minute in our public schools. I'll say that again. 5 instances of bullying take place every minute. And those are the ones that are reporting. We have a lot of kids that don't report bullying. But those that we know that, it is really horrendous. And I circle all the way back to my comment to you about caring for kids and mutual respect. If you take the time to front load the respectability, there's the word I want to use, of your students, teaching them to respect one another through those questionnaires where they get to know one another. I'm not saying you should all gather hands and sing Kumbaya there, but I think that when kids start to know one another a little bit better, there's less of an opportunity for them to make fun of themselves or the others and hurt people like that. But be aware of that and report any kind of bullying situation that occurs in your school. And also don't put up with it on the playground, in the hallways, anything. Remember, every kid that comes into that building is your kid. Dangerous behaviors, that gets into bringing in weapons, okay? Human trafficking. Did you know that there were 49 incidences of human trafficking during the Derby? And if you don't know what human trafficking is, it's where handlers get children to be prostitutes, okay? And that is unfortunately growing throughout the country, and it's growing in our, in our state as well. Brandy, if you will remind me, I will send you all the brochure on what the teachers need to look for when they're trying to figure out if the kids are being groomed to be a part of human trafficking. Also, one other thing I want to talk about, and I failed to mention it, elementary lockdowns, and I'll get back to that real quick. I apologize for backtracking here a minute. I have a curriculum that we set up and that we worked with elementary teachers, elementary principals, elementary school psychologists, elementary parents, everybody dealing with elementaries on how to handle safety practices with elementary teachers. And so I'm sure there's a large number of teachers in here with this 110 folk here that are elementary types. Be sure that I send that to you too, Brandy, so you can send it out to them. Okay, let me finish up here real quickly. Alcohol and drug abuse and vaping is going crazy. And, back during the day when I was there, I could smell marijuana. I could smell tobacco coming off their hands and stuff like that. I could smell alcohol. Now it's odorless and smokeless. And the kids can have and I'm looking for a flash drive here at my desk. They can get a vape pen that looks like a flash drive, home it, suck on it during class, get totally high, and you would never know it. Now we are trying to engage in vape detectors, vaping, vapors issues and stuff like that to try to stem the tide on this thing. But so much of these misbehaviors, folks, and let me kind of tell you this, start at home. Again, if you were to do the math, we have kids 15% of a calendar year. Somebody else has got them 85% of the year. But one of the unfortunate things about public schools is that society somehow parks these problems at our front doors of the school and asks us to correct them. Bullying, smoking, alcohol, cutting, suicide, all these things really are being put at our front doors, and we're supposed to try to help them out. Understand, schools are what I call triage units. That means we identify the problem, then we get somebody outside of the school to help them out, okay? Let me get into parent civility. This is a big issue with new teachers because parents will try you. Now, you'll have a lot of really good parents that will support you, but there's a growing number of parents that are out there that are going to challenge you. You were unfair about the grade here. You're being mean to my kid, things like that. I want to give you some of the best piece of advice I can give you. Never talk to a parent on email. Talk with them over the telephone. Because parents can get very brave over an email. And if you misquote something or you misstate something when you write it in email, that'll come back to haunt you. I've been involved in 12 different cases in the state of Kentucky as an expert witness. And there was one case that I was involved with where they sequestered and subpoenaed 80,000 emails from teachers that they had when they were being engaged with issues with children in the schools, their parents. Have the parent come in and be with you face to face or make a phone call to the parent. Now, I'm going to get into this a little bit deeper in just a second. But parents, once they engage you either by the telephone or on an email or on something else, social media, okay, they have to be civil. They cannot be cursing you. They can't be hollering at you. They can't be flipping you off. They can't be doing any of these things. They have to be civil with you. There's a Board of Education policy that mandates that. You, by the same token, even though you want to cuss them out sometimes, you can't do that either. So the behavior, the civil behavior is on your on your behalf as well. So as a first year and a second year teacher, I will advise you never to have a parent conference in your classroom for two reasons. One, there's only one doorway out. And two, I would think that you need a witness. And so get with your principal and say, I got Miss Jones coming in for a parent conference. It may be a really good conference, then all of a sudden turns ugly, okay? But when you have a parent conference, do it up in the main office area and be sure that you have somebody, an assistant principal or counselor or somebody there with you during that time. You'll need to really develop your style of working with parents over the first 2 or 3 years. And it's always good practice to have a witness there, particularly during your first 2 years. So be careful and be sure to do that. And it's not unusual for you to pick up some kids that aren't really, during the first 6 weeks of school, really giving it their all and whatever. Let me make a suggestion to you that you make a phone call and approach it this way. saying, hi, Miss Jones, this is John Akers. I'm the not principal, I'm the teacher over at Winburn Junior High School. I'm your kid's social studies teacher. I need your help. He doesn't seem to be getting into my class. He's not doing his homework. And he's doing pretty poorly in class right now. Is there anything that you can help me with that might help me get him to be in a position where he's going to be passing a little bit better? Don't go after them saying your kid's failing and your kid's this and your kid's that, because that challenges the parents' parenthooding, so to speak, their parenting. And so don't do that. Approach it from the sidebar, so to speak, saying, I need your help. What can I do to get your child, turned into this thing here like this? And so use that approach. I got the scars down my back that I could show you. When I was a rookie teacher, nobody gave me that piece of advice. I would call them and they said, your kid's mean as can be, and I don't like him in my class and stuff like that. Well, and then the parent cussed me out. But when I learned to say, I need your help, that really smoothed out things. That doesn't always work, but it sets more of a kinder, more gentler approach to that. So think of that as well. All of these things I've talked about are under this huge umbrella of safety. And so I know this is like drinking from a fire hose. I will give this PowerPoint presentation to your teacher. She can send it, or to Brandy, and get it to you so you can use it as a review thing. Okay, let me flip over here now. I don't know, will your cell phones key in on that QR code there? Will that work? Give me a thumbs up if it's working. Okay, thank you. Those are flip charts that we have from the Center for School Safety. Your school may not have those. Of course, we have it online, and we've been telling everybody there, it's been there for years. So that'll give you a little bit of an idea of some of the things that you can do when and if certain things happen. I think we have like 29 different areas that we've covered on things that could possibly happen in a school. So be sure to use that as kind of a little guideline for you. Okay. Now, this is my contact information, and I don't say this just to be cliche and here I am and blah, blah, blah like that. I am a dyed-in-the-wool educator. I want to help out everybody who's preparing to get into education, people who are in education, or those who are in private education. If I can help you out in any way, I will be happy to do this. I can't tell you how many times I've had student teachers call me after such a session, or once they get into their teaching situation as a student teacher, saying, I've got an issue here, I need some advice. That's my cell phone number. I'm rarely in my office. My office is my CRV. I drive around the state, that I paid for, by the way. And I love working with educators. And more now than ever before, we need you to stay in the profession. I think you know this. And I'm going to give you a war story here. When I was here at Eastern Kentucky University, there were 10 to 15 applicants for each position we were trying to get in there. We were wondering if we were ever going to get a teaching position. Today, there are 10 openings for every teacher that's out there. So you've got the pickings of the litter there. So when you get to be a teacher, try to remember some of the things that I told you. If nothing more, try to care for your kids and be their protector and not their buddy. I guess that would be my biggest bit of information I would give you there. But I praise you all for getting into this. We have 110 potential teachers here. We need you. I'm not going to be doing my job much longer. There'll be some guy coming in or woman coming in here taking over my job. But this old guy here is an Eastern graduate, and I'm telling you that, carry our banner. I know that sounds too rah-rah and stuff like that. Let people know you came from EKU's College of Education, that you're well prepared, because we need to keep more and more people coming into our colleges here and education here at Eastern, and also making sure that we get more people turned into the profession. So let me take a time check here. We've got about 15 minutes. Brandy, do we have any questions in the chat line?
Yes, we do. First one, the student said that during their placement last semester, the only time they were allowed to have their door open was when there was only one student in the classroom. Is that okay?
Yes. Yes, and I mentioned that earlier in my presentation. We don't want you to go one-on-one in a classroom with a kid that the kid could come back and say something bad happened in there. Now I'm talking about a male and a female student usually that has happened. Of course, now, we've had female teachers that have done the inappropriate things with male students as well. So yes, you can have that door should be open during that time. Anytime that instruction's taking place with multiple numbers of students in the classroom, that door needs to be locked. Good question.
Does the door policy include private and charter schools?
Okay, we have no charter schools yet. But if a charter school is a public school, then that comes into play, yes. Private schools, the answer is no to that. But I worked with the non-public school consortium folks, and we're training them to do the same thing too. That good safety practices transcend public schools and private schools. So it's good practice like that. So if they had a private school that kept their doors open and somebody came in, let me give you an example, is Nickel Mines, Pennsylvania. It was an Amish school, and the exterior doors were not locked and the interior doors weren't locked, and bad things happened, killed 25 kids. So that was a private school. So more and more of our private schools around the state are buying into what we're doing, and we actually do training for them if they ask for it. Okay.
What about the little door windows? Do they need to be covered at all times or just during lockdown?
Okay. During lockdown, that little window needs to be covered. However, some teachers don't want that window to be, let me start that sentence again. Some teachers want to cover that window already because kids going down the hallways are looking in there, making googly faces and stuff like that, or doing stupid things. I can understand that. There's a hybrid version that I can talk about that I did, is that I allowed my teachers to cover it, but they had to leave a little peephole for me, so I could kind of take a peek in there if I heard something going on in there and see, and see what's going on. That little peephole could have a flap on it, and then the teacher could close that flap down during lockdown. So now that gets to be a principal's thing, where the principal would say, now there's no negotiable issues about if a lockdown, it gets covered. But during the school day, it's the principal's decision to determine whether or not that classroom door window should be uncovered. He or she may say, I want to see what's going on. I want to peer what's going on. And my opinion is I should know what's going on in the classroom as a principal and evaluator, whether or not that window's covered or not. But that's me. Okay, next question.
As student teachers, are we considered mandated reporters, or if we were to hear or see things, should we just tell our CT?
Okay, when you said mandated reporters, are you talking about child abuse?
Yes.
Okay, when it comes to child abuse, if you suspect that, here again, we have to do a hybrid version. I would tell that student teacher to put it in writing to their supervising teacher, and then I would go so far as to ask hang on a minute. I would, let me back up on that here. If and when the student teacher goes to the school that he or she are assigned to, one of the first questions I would ask that principal is that if I suspect some child is being abused, what's the school protocol? So I would get that, number one. And he or she might say, okay, put it in writing, and here's the information that I need, student name, blah, 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 blah. And then I would say that the principal would say, well, give it to your supervising teacher. And I would document somehow, I would keep a documentation that I sent that to my supervising teacher, then I would let them carry the ball. That would be the hybrid version. When they're full-time teacher, do what I said there, get in contact with children's services, etc.
I think if kind of going along with that, someone was asking if we should always try to defer to having documentation in an email rather than phone call, since phone call could just be deemed hearsay.
Yeah, emails can get erased. I would put stuff in writing and keep copies of them. I would keep them in triplicates. And I would even ask you to take a picture of it and put it into your file on your laptop or whatever that you would have. So you would have a hard copy, an electronic copy, and then they would have hard copies as well.
And this includes parent communication.
Okay, with parent communication, again, I would, let's say a parent would be emailing me complaining about a grade. I would say, let's set up an appointment and let's talk about that. When are you available? And I wouldn't let them browbeat me into saying, but I want to know now. Now they'll be able to have access to Infinite Campus, as you probably know, and they can look at their kids' grades and stuff like this. And so it's a pitfall that, when the kid, when the teachers start getting into back and forth on emails, that gets to go downhill real quickly. And stay the heck off social media. My God, that will come back to haunt you like you won't begin to believe. And so anything you do on social media and anything you do electronically becomes a tattoo that doesn't go away. So I would just simply say to the parent, I'll be happy to talk about your kid's grade. Come in and see me. Let me set up an appointment. Let me come in. I would do that electronically, but I would not engage in any kind of conversation saying, because the parent might say, well, what can I do better? And that's sometimes the lure that gets you into and saying, yeah, but you're doing this. So get that parent to come in and get somebody to witness with you, and don't do it in your classroom.
When it comes to vaping equipment, what is the best way to handle a situation where you suspect a student is vaping, but you don't have the evidence?
Okay, if you have, schools need to have what we call reasonable suspicion rather than probable cause. That means that I, as your principal, can take that referral that you've given to me. I can come down to your room, escort that kid to the office, and ask him to clean out his pockets. So that's what I would do there. I wouldn't get in, and I would not get in into you confiscating them. I would, when I say you, I'm talking about the teacher per se. I would get the administrators to do that. And since we have 782, I think it is, SROs around the schools, I would not engage the SRO on that, because you're coming in with reasonable suspicion rather than probable cause. I know that gets into the weeds a little bit, but I would just say that you have seen something to indicate that that kid is vaping, and I would report that immediately to the principal. And if it can be done during class time, if you have a communication system where the teacher can have kids engaged, because some of you all will be in a block, a 90-minute block, and you can engage the kids in something like that, and you can send a quick email up to the principal's office or however system that you have to notify immediately and say, would you come down here? And I think little Billy's got something that you need to look at, something like that.
That was my
question.
question.
And you get into this issue, you get into a spitting contest with cell phones. Oh my God, cell phones are the worst thing that's ever happened to schools. And you'll see that in your classrooms, that the kids will be on their devices. And it gets into this yin yang thing about trying to confiscate that cell phone. The kid says, you can't take my cell phone. My mom and dad bought this for me, and things like that. Well, this is another thing you need to check with your principal and your supervising teacher. How do you handle those things? Because you're going to be doing some solo teaching, and these kids are going to say, well, she's a solo teacher, so I'll just get out my phone and do what's I doggone well, please. You need to have a game plan on that when that happens. And when you become a full-time teacher, you need to check and see what the policies are on that. Now, I'm trying at the state level, trying to get the law changed on having communication devices in schools. I've been trying to do that for 15 years. And now they're finally realizing that how detrimental these phones are in the school settings. I know they are the social umbilical cord for the kids around here. But when you see what I see from my standpoint, how many bad things happen, that gets very, very frustrating as an educator.
That was the last question in the chat.
Okay, let me make a few closing comments here. No, I do not support arming teachers. I'll say that. Your educators, you're trained to help kids. And I've been through extensive training shooting, and there's no way that I could take my firearm and hit a moving target with 500 kids running around. Okay. Law enforcement's trained in that. So I don't care how good a marksman you are, you're not trained on how people are shooting back at you, trying to shoot the bad guys and stuff like that. Shootings take place between 3 to 5 minutes. If you are a teacher that's armed and you're going down the hallway, law enforcement may think you're the shooter. And I can get into greater detail on that thing, but just trust me, it's our strong stand not to arm teachers whatsoever. Metal detection keeps the honest kids from bringing the guns to school. We had a school not too long ago that had a gun in it and they had metal detection. So kids can get guns into school through side doors, windows, after school events, things like that. So don't rely solely on metal detection being your only front line of defense on that. You go back to what your frontline defense is, the kids having confidence enough in you that they respect you as a teacher and that they're willing to share information with you. That's all I got to say, other than God bless you all for going into the profession. Please stay in there. After 4 or 5 years, you catch stride and then you really, really do things really well. First 4 or 5 years, you're learning how to teach.
Thank you, John. I so appreciate it. Wonderful information as usual.
Thank you so much. You all take care and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, guys. So it looks like we've got a little bit of time before Dylan Cundiff comes in to finish up with resume writing and interview do's and don'ts. So if you want to take about a 10-minute break and just be in, right at 3:30 so we can get going with the last presentation. All right. Dylan, I've got you made a co-host if you want to go ahead and work on sharing your screen.
You got it.
All right. All right, everybody. We'll go ahead and get started. So I want to welcome Dylan Cundiff. He is with the Office of Academic and Career Services at EKU, and he is going to talk to you guys today about resume writing and interview do's and don'ts. And so this will be our last session of the day. So you can go ahead, Dylan. Thank you.
You got it. All right. Well, thank you so much for having me. Let me go ahead and get this presentation pulled up. But it is always a pleasure to give this presentation to our student teachers out there. So we're going to be talking about a couple things just to start. Creating effective resumes and what that kind of looks like, right? So I kind of want to just dive right in. And like Professor Blackburn was saying, I am with Advisory and Career Services here on campus. We are, I work on the Career Center team or career staff team. So what I find part-time jobs for our students on campus, but we're here for all of your career readiness services, anything like that. So these are just some of the must-haves. Not some, must, right? So when an employer gets this, when that principal, assistant principal gets this on their desk, you know, this is what you're going to have on your resume. Your name, your contact information, phone, email. When you guys graduate, you know, it's soon, you're definitely going to want to use a personal email rather than like an EKU email. You may have used your your EKU email for your student teaching position, but that's typically only reserved for a internship or, again, like I was saying, student teaching in that regard. And please make sure your email is professional, right? No discriminatory indicators like even some people put their birthday and their email address. So that's not something you want to do, but just keep it, you know, first dot last name at outlook.com or something like that. And if you don't already, I definitely would consider making. I know there are some people that make emails just specifically for job postings. And the next, LinkedIn, nearly 70% of educators use LinkedIn as a professional resource. So we do recommend to have the LinkedIn shortened URL on your resume because it's going to help you out, surely. How many people here have a LinkedIn already? You can just throw in chat. Okay, or raise your hand on screen. Okay, sweet. So a couple of you for sure. So let's talk about the sections that are going to be on your resume 100%. Education being the very first section, okay? You did not spend the last 3, 4, 5 years, however long, you know, at the university not to put it first, right? And as you know, no master's degree required for you guys in Kentucky as of 2018. So with that being the case, you are going to include your bachelor's, or if you do have whatever you're working on currently. Internship experience, or in your case, right, this is where we're going to want to put a student teaching experience section under education. And we're going to want to list, you know, of course, the school that you are in, your responsibilities. This is going to let those principals and assistant principals know kind of what you can handle when they get to interviewing you and screening you. Relevant experience or teaching experience in this case, right? So you may be asking, what's the difference between student teaching experience section and teaching experience? So probably for now, there may be some of you that have relevant teaching experience, but student teaching experience is obviously going to be what you did at the university, because it's akin to something like an internship experience, whereas your teaching experience is going to be something more along the lines of what you do post-college, right? So in this, and then kind of diving into volunteer work, one thing that, you know, these professionals working in HR and the principals, like I was saying, the hiring committee, they're going to want to see that you have community engagement skills or experiences, and that's why volunteer work is pretty critical. Okay, so in whatever capacity you're doing it in, it's going to be important to put on your resume. You know, of course, there are some reasons why you wouldn't, but but volunteer work is important. And then lastly, professional organizations. So are any of you a part of any of these organizations just yet? Right, so that's going to be the National Education Association, NCTA, NSTA, AMLE, right? Those are, or any teaching discipline specific professional organization. I know they're kind of split between the disciplines. Right, and if that's not something you're already involved in, I would consider looking into it when you do get that professional teaching experience under your belt. So technical skills, right? This is pretty crucial. A lot of you already have a lot of the technical skills and are already, basically pre-qualified for these positions, right? It's just that, a lot of times that we get as a career center is students don't know how to utilize those technical skills and say we have them, or maybe they just don't know that they are, right? So in your case, a lot of educators are using Google Classroom, right, as an online resource since COVID. Zoom is a big one, right? Excel, learning management tools, whatever those may be, aside from Google Classroom. I mean, you guys know how to use Blackboard, presentation software, right? You're going to be expected to give presentations from time to time, whether that's to your kids, your students, or it's to your fellow, your fellow staff members, right? Colleagues. Does anyone have any questions about those? Those are going to be really important and should always be on a resume. And if you're wanting to go kind of in an order, it'd be exactly like how I went down. So education first, student teaching experience, or relevant experience, whichever you prefer, volunteer work, professional orgs, and then technical skills. Technical skills is always going to be your last section. Okay. So make sure no one has any questions. That one's an important slide. Okay, you got it. Then we'll move on. So this is just kind of breaking down essentially what the formatting is kind of going to look like on your resume, right? So first, length, font, margins. For a lot of these, so like spacing, margins, font, a lot of these are going to be already like pre-programmed into a Word document when you open them, based on, or I guess it could depend on which specific citation style or writing style you're using. But we always recommend length at most, or aim for a 1 page for a resume, and to cap it off at 2 pages. We do know that with this, some of our students have a little bit more experience, right? So if you do end up having some relevant teaching experience, volunteer work, and student teaching, in some cases you might be a little over a page, which is not a terrible concern, but we do want to keep it to a page if we can. Let's see, font. So making sure that font is 11 to 12 point size. One thing that we want to be mindful of is if you want to make it too small, just in case the person, HR specialist, or whoever's looking at it, your resume, they might have some ocular limitations, difficulties that make it a little harder to see like that smaller fine print. So but 11 to 12 is the standard. And it's probably what most of you use when you submit papers in your classes anyway, so it's probably what you're used to. So serif and sans serif fonts are going to be the two popular and main fonts for you to use, right? So serif has that little dash at the tops and bottoms of the letters, and then sans serif does not. Sans meaning with that. The biggest thing that if you guys take one thing off of my presentation today, I really hope it's this. Please do not utilize a template for your resume and cover letters. And the reason we say that is because there's something called an applicant tracking system, or ATS. Basically, it's AI that employers use that kind of prevent templates from being read, right? Now, this is going to be more common if you're hoping to teach or educate in a more non-rural like area. So if you plan to go to like Jefferson County or Louisville, you know, places like that, like cities, you're probably going to experience this. And we'll kind of get into that specifically later on as well. All resumes work in reverse chronological order. So basically newest to oldest. So basically your newest experience should be at the top of your resume, whereas the oldest should be more towards the bottom, of course. And then this last part right here, basic information, is really important. Please do not leave off any dates, locations, titles, or organizations names. That is really important because if an employer sees that, you know, you worked at, you know, this middle school, but you didn't put your title on there, like it causes the employer to be like, okay, well, what do they do there? And how do I know that's relevant? I know they worked at a school, which is great, but how is that relevant to what I want them to do at mine? Right. And it can reverse, it can work in different ways. Making sure you have all those is really important. So I want to talk about targeting and the technicals behind it, right? So write with intention, okay? And we'll kind of dive into this a little bit, the difference between the two. But I mean, if you are planning on, you know, applying, you really need to read the job description because it's not about the most impressive resume, it's about the most fitting. And what you'll find a lot of times, and you've already probably seen this through your student teaching, is a lot of times there's a specific culture around educators, and so a lot of times what you'll see is they'll be looking more when they're interviewing you, less, in some cases, less about your experiences and more about your person, who you are. So with that culture in mind, it's really important that you allow that to reflect your character, who you are as a person, to reflect on paper and on a resume. Okay, that's kind of what I'm getting at. So update your resume each time you apply, right? When you meet a different person, like that's kind of how you're treating it. You're not going to say the exact same thing, you know, scripted. You're going to have different interactions, right? And this is what that is. And beating the box is kind of like I was talking about, right? With those applicant tracking systems that track skills, traits, experiences. There's a lot of basically a lot of keyword differences that it'll pick up on. So basically, if you got a Bachelor of Science in nursing, but you just put B.S. in nursing, right? It won't read. If you put B.S. it's not going to read that's a Bachelor of Science. It's just going to read a BS in nursing, right? And although like someone who's looking at it with their human eyes can, you know, critically think and be like, oh, okay, that's a Bachelor's of Science, right? But the computer is not made to do that. So keeping those keywords and skills, and you can even take some of these keywords, it's literally a cheat code. You can take them from the original job description if they apply to you, of course, right? So if you're like, oh my gosh, that's perfect for me, that's who I am, throw it on your resume, of course. So another thing I want to talk about with you guys today is understanding employability skills, and kind of how to share them. So this kind of is what I was talking about earlier with the employer's characteristics. When you meet an employer for the first time, when you meet an assistant principal, you know, HR specialist in the district, right? How are you gonna navigate through a conversation with them? How are you gonna interact with them? And there's two different ways to really showcase yourself. The first way is through technical skills. Technical skills are basically your qualifications. So what you know, your classroom management software and systems, Google Classroom, presentation software, hardware use, like I was saying, right? And then the alternative is going to be soft skills. And all of these soft skills that I've listed here, if you guys want to take you know, specific notes on this, it's going to be really important because these are the specific soft skills that educators are listing as most important. Communication, I bolded because it is they have listed it as the most important soft skill. And what we're finding is employers rather prefer, when they're interviewing and onboarding candidates, they would much rather kind of look after these soft skills rather than the technical skills. Because a lot of these technical skills you can teach. You can teach someone how to use Google Classroom. You can teach someone how to work, back in when I was in school, Smartboard, right? But you can't really teach someone good communication skills. That's something that comes naturally to them. But communication, leadership, these presentation skills are going to be really important. Okay. Problem solving, patience, and dedication. All of those are going to be really important for you guys in your soft skill development and showcasing who you are as a person. And a lot of times we do those through experiences, right? So if I said to you, like, before this, like, oh, like, I think I have great presentation skills, right? And then I got before you guys and, it was horrible, right? Then that's kind of where you have the idea. I don't know if I can correlate and validate that you have good presentation skills, right? So it's more, that's why you tie them to experiences and interviewing. Okay. Does anyone have any questions about that? Those two specific skills? Okay. I've been looking in chat, but feel free to also unmute. I know this is the last one, so you guys are probably burnt out. But feel free to throw in chat or whatever, or just unmute and kind of stop me if you do have a question. So kind of talking about the final considerations for targeting. So making sure you're quantifying is really important. Quantify your information to be more specific, provide more detail, than just saying a one-line sentence like, I monitored a group of, a classroom of students, right? That's not telling me anything, right? I want you to quantify and provide detail by saying, monitored a group of 5 students in a specific science course or something like that, right? That gives me a little bit more information. Quantifying is really important, especially when you're describing your student teaching experience, because they're going to want to know what you can handle, what you're good at. Maybe they have a classroom that maybe has like 28 to 1 ratio student teacher, and they need someone who can handle that workload, right? Audience, keeping your audience in mind is really important. It's going to help you kind of engage your target a little better. Tenses, making sure that you're using the correct tenses. So past, present is obviously going to be really important. Those get missed quite often. And then having someone else review before you submit, right? So that can be us, it can be a colleague, it can be, I'm sure your professors would do it if you asked, right? So kind of keep all these considerations in mind because they're really important. Does anyone have any questions on those? Okay. Let's talk a little bit about cover letters. So some tips and tricks, where to start. So you guys can start with us. We have a really good resume guide and cover letter guide that we can send you. It basically what it is, it's something that we've handcrafted in this office on Word document. And basically all you have to do is plug and put your own information in. So we've made it kind of pretty easy. But a cover letter, typically you're going to keep short. It's a business letter. So it's not like a resume where you're like listing things. It's going to be more along the lines of just like a regular letter that you would write to someone, right? And really this is the kind of portion we can really say, these are the specific soft skills I have. So I think I'm a good communicator, right? And if that's something that they list, right? Communication, like I said, being one of the biggest soft skills they want, throw that in your cover letter. Make sure it's in your resume, in your cover letter, make sure it's everywhere, right? So they can kind of see that you're a good communicator. Saying thank you. So when you're kind of drafting your cover letter, keep in mind who the letter is actually going to. So who's the person hiring you? It's probably going to be the principal of that specific school, right? So make sure to email the principals in your surrounding district. Same thing post interview, and we'll get into that. But don't just repeat the same information on your resume. That's called parroting. And employers don't want to see when, they're looking through a million, resumes that have probably similar stuff on them. They don't want to read the same experiences. They want to read the same stuff. They want to make sure it's different. And so you're going to include an experience you had, something different on your cover letter. And to kind of do that, you're going to have 3 different paragraphs. This is essentially what a cover letter is. And I have an example right here. So the first, and these numbers correlate to the paragraphs right here. So as you can see, the first one is going to be what you're applying for and where you kind of found it, basically. The second is more conceptual highlights from your experience, right? So you got your degree in what makes you qualified based on these experiences you've had, and also you can list your soft skills here, right? You can literally, unlike your resume, you can literally list them word for word, like, oh, I believe my skills, my technical skills or soft skills, sorry, are communication, teamwork, collaboration, etc. Okay. And then the last paragraph is just like the closing, like, thank you for your time and consideration. I look forward to hearing from your company, right? And then we also recommend having a digital signature if you can, just because it makes it look more uniform, more clear, right? More professional. But how many of you guys have a cover letter? I'm just curious, or have made one in the past? Okay, sweet. All right, so some of you, okay. And there was a question in chat. If you're trying to limit the length of your resume and you have a lot of relevant experiences, what is the least important to include? So I would say we're going to work in reverse chronological order here. So it's going to be your most recent experience, probably. I would say, but like I said, if you have quite a bit of experience working in teaching, you're probably going to your resume is probably going to go a little bit over a page, which is completely fine. But I hope that answers your question. That's a good question. Okay. Make sure anyone has anything else before we continue on. All right. And like I said, we're here to help. So resumes at eku.edu. Feel free to send us your resumes. We're currently, with the holidays coming up and stuff, university is going to be closed after tomorrow. So, just keep that in mind. If you send it to resumes at eku.edu, you might not get a response until we come back on the 2nd. But for our general semester basis, please send it to us. We'd definitely be happy to see you. Yeah, I would be happy to provide these presentations. This presentation, I can definitely provide it for you. Yes, I would include as much volunteer work as you possibly can that you find relevant, and anything really that you can kind of bring back to the initial teaching professional experience job, right? Is it you're collaborating in different age groups? Is it you're collaborating? One big thing, really big right now in education, is diversity, right? A lot of these principals, a lot of these hiring officials want to see that you are able to be diverse, and they're going to ask you those questions. So making sure to provide a good experience like that is going to help you out. All right, yeah, so let's kind of talk about onboarding and interviewing, right? This is my favorite part of this presentation. So let's see, let's move this over. So as you know, legislation introduced one hiring portal for all teaching positions in the state of Kentucky. Feel free to scan this QR code. If you guys just want to check it out, you probably already seen it already, but it's the Kentucky Educator Placement Service, KEPS. And as you can kind of see on the right, I did want to include the data specifically, and I made comparisons the last time I did this presentation to now, last spring, to kind of show you the differences in the year, right? So currently, the position types with the highest number of postings in the last 30 days, right? As you can see by this top part here, it looks like elementary school classroom instructors are going to be the most sought after in the state of Kentucky right now. In the spring, as you can kind of see, it was still elementary classroom instructors, but you had you had really almost triple the amount of openings available, right? So just know that you're going to have a busier season for openings and a lot easier time finding a job in the springish semester. But that's just based on spring 2023 data. So let's talk job market expectations. This part is really important for you guys. So because really you have to understand the differences between the rural areas and the urban areas you're applying to, right? So for rural areas especially, positions can be limited and depending on staff size and desired teaching discipline, right? So in some schools, some schools might not even have, let's say for instance, like an ag program, right? A lot of high schools do, but there are some, depending on the county they're in, that might not. So if that's your discipline, then you may need to make sure that you're going to areas specifically that have that available. Based on and a lot of this information too, I'm sure you guys were attending, but if not, it was at the panel that Brandy was a part of hosting, right? So all this information is pretty relevant and pretty recent. Rural areas prefer paper applications or could, right? So with that being the case, a lot of employers require online applications, but you could literally just walk in if you wanted to. If they have an opening, they probably, it's less of a formalized process, right? So, and typically in rural areas, it's going to be a very tight knit culture, just due to the smaller total population, right? It's kind of like your high schools, for instance, like you probably knew way more people than, you did when you came to EKU, right? It's just EKU has a larger, we have 15,000 students. So, there's going to be a larger population for you guys to tap into. Urban areas, positions are less likely to be limited depending on county size. So, obviously Jefferson County is, I think, one of the biggest counties in the district. So you're going to have a lot more jobs than areas like, Warren County or Barron County, but Fayette County is large as well. So in these urban areas, they'll probably prefer online applications and they're less likely to take walk-ins. That's really important. You're definitely going to have to apply on this online portal anyway, but for these rural areas, you get the advantage because you can just walk in, right? And that's what they want you to do based on some of the schools from districts we've heard in the panel. Diverse population due to larger total population, right? So in these urban areas, more likely to have a larger population, so it's likely to be more diverse, right? But that's not me saying that these rural areas are not preferring people who have experience in diversity, right? Because they do. Okay, and as you can kind of see here on the top right, and according to KEPS, the districts with the highest number of vacancies posted in the last 30 days. So Jefferson County is the largest, I think, so they're going to have the largest amount of openings, right? But as you can see, there are some differences here, right? So between spring and current, it looks like there's a couple of similarities, of course, but there are some differences, okay? And of course, the numbers are about double or triple. What kind of questions do you guys have about that? Okay, sweet. I'm sure a lot of this information you guys have already seen through your personal experiences or through your recent student teaching experiences. But moving on to onboarding expectations, right? I definitely want to cover over what expectations you're likely to have with the entire process of onboarding. So first, it's obviously going to be the application, right? It's going to be the resume screen next. Like I was saying, with his applicant tracking systems or them looking over it, with a human eye. social media screen, this is really important. Social media, I know every single person in this call right now has social media in some form, some way. An employer will 1000%, especially in education, look at your social media. And the reason I say that is because where you guys are wanting to be educators, around other people's children, right? They're going to be sure that, you don't have anything that's, that would prevent you from performing or representing the school well. So, I mean, I know we're all in college, last semester of college, ensure if you don't want employers seeing what's on your social media pages, you private them or delete it, what it is you have to delete. Okay. That's really important. A demo lesson. A lot of you are likely to do a demo lesson in front of the hiring committee, basically just providing a lesson kind of like you would normally in the classroom. Okay. And then you kind of get into the later half of the expectations and the process, with it being in-person interviews, reference checks, and then finally the offer, hopefully the offer. But these in-person interviews are going to be really different. Like I was saying, rural versus urban. A lot of them are going to have the same standards, right? The district standards, but typically it's going to be it could be a different process depending on the district and what their standards are, of course. But these reference checks, making sure that you have some professional references. I know some students ask their professors, right? I'm not telling you all to run to your professor and ask if they can be a reference, but only if you have a good connection with them, right? Then that's important. So having, like I said, 70% of educators have a LinkedIn. That's a good question. LinkedIn is, and the question is, how important is LinkedIn? I would recommend it. I don't want to go too much into LinkedIn, right, and get off topic, but LinkedIn is really important. And the reason I say that is because it's a different social media asset for you to use. Most of educators use it, and who knows, you might in 30 years or, however many years, you might want to do something a little, unique in education, right? And sometimes I might require a LinkedIn, right? So, it's not, you don't always have to go towards the district route. There's completely unique opportunities available to you in that regard. But that's a great question. Do you guys have any questions about the onboarding expectations? I just want to be sure. Okay. So who here has been through that process before, been through some of those processes before? Maybe in giving a demo lesson. Okay, for sure. So we're kind of winding down, but let's talk about interviewing. Okay. So make a plan, schedule, lay your outfit out, making sure it's pressed, it's clean. Once, if you look good, you feel good, you have confidence. One of the other things that's important is knowing your route or route, right? So the last thing that you want is to wake up the morning of and you have construction on the road. Lexington is bad for construction. Every day they seem to have construction for some reason. So, if you're teaching out in Fayette County, right, the night before, take your phone, go into Google Maps, go into Maps on your phone, iPhone or whatever, and type in your destination. That way you kind of know, get an idea. Oh, it's a 45-minute drive. And if you add on construction, it could be like an hour drive. So I definitely want to leave like maybe 15, 30 minutes early. If I want to get there like 15 minutes early, right? And you are expected to be in interviews, 15 minutes early. So making sure you plan that accordingly. Tech support, a lot. The seminar is hosted on Zoom, right? A lot of interviews or screenings are done, over Zoom. So because it's quick, it's easy. You want to make sure that you have tech support. If you have Apple, it's Apple support on standby, right? If you have Windows, Windows support, on speed dial, right? Just ensuring that if you're having, or if it's Spectrum or your internet provider, making sure that you, restart the router and test it before you hop on Zoom, right? If your little brother or sister is playing like Fortnite, right, on Windows, right? Maybe asking them not to for like the next hour because this job interview is important. Schedule, right? Anticipate a longer than expected interview. You don't have anywhere to rush off to. That's gonna be really important. I mean, unless it's something, like you have to pick up your kid from school, right? That's different. But I would say make time for them because they're making time for you. That's really, and it's your career. So you want to make time for it. Being sure that there's no extra barriers or anything that's kind of preventing you from being there, right? So we're just removing any of that. It's going to really help you out day of. And then point of contact, right? Ensuring that you have a good name to kind of drop, whether that's the person you were on your screening with, write it down, write their names down, remember it. And because it makes a good impression when you remember the hiring manager and principal's name. Okay, it makes a really good impression. Like I said, impressions are important. You want to dress appropriately. Some people shake hands, some people don't. We're post-COVID, so it's kind of it's not a big deal if you don't shake hands, right? My personal thing, if someone's like reaching out to shake my hand, like I will go in there and do that. But of course, you can politely say, "Oh, post-COVID, like that's not." I just want to be safe, of course. And this is important. Do not be eating or chewing gum. Sometimes when we're chewing gum, we can completely forget about it. The next thing you know, we're in the interviewing seat and it's too awkward to ask this, can I get up and spit out my gum? But you don't want to swallow it, obviously. So you're just kind of sitting there with gum in your mouth. And that stresses you out, and that's one other barrier you have to worry about. Some people drink Starbucks, Dunkin' Donuts, Purdy's. Coffee is important to some people. Just ensure that you're not kind of bringing it into the interview, right? Water is completely fine. I wouldn't bring like a bottle, but I'd pour it in like a canister or something like that. That's important. What kind of questions do you have about first impressions? I'm sure I don't have to cover first impressions too much because, we all know they're important. But I just want to be sure. All right, sweet. So professional timeline wise, so having a hook, right? So imagine you got in the elevator with a principal at your dream school. Like what is it you're gonna say? And you want to focus, usually you'll focus on your education, professional goals, you'll focus on your experiences, and you also stay positive and relative. Maybe there's something specific in education that you're wanting to talk to that employer about, right? Like a hot topic. I know AI is specifically a big one in all education across the board. So, and I'm sure if they're an education professional, they have an opinion on it, right? So you can kind of use whatever you kind of like to grab their attention, have a hook, right? So in that hook, that specific elevator pitch is basically the answer to the tell me about yourself, right? An employer doesn't really want to hear like, I have a pet dog or, I have a pet cat. I really do have a pet cat. But that's not what they want to hear, right? They want to hear more or less, why you're sitting in the chair, what makes you qualified, how are you experienced, and, essentially, how are you better than anyone else they're gonna hire, right? But some of the common questions you're likely to get are gonna be tell me about yourself questions, strength questions, weakness-based questions, and behavioral-based questions. There are questions they cannot legally ask you, and we'll definitely get into that. So there are questions they cannot legally ask. These are questions related to religion, discriminatory factors, such as age, what you identify as, right? Those kind of things, okay? Disability. So if you're in an ever situation where they do ask, it's going to be your responsibility to ensure that you kind of not check them on it, but be like, hey, like, that's not, as far as I understand, that doesn't have anything to do with the job responsibility or performing well at this job. Is that correct? right? Those kind of things. But the major thing, right, is STAR, situation, task, action, and result. And I promise this is kind of the last thing we'll cover today. I know some of you guys are probably ready to go home and go to sleep, right? If you're not home already. But situation basically is going to be what happened, right? Where are you at work? Are you at home? Right? What's the task? Are you in the classroom? What's the task that your professor gave you? Action in detail, what you did to contribute to the task, and the result, kind of, what the end result was. The way I recommend, kind of understanding this, it's more of just like a story, right? So you would never go up to one of your friends and be like, tell them the tea or a story and then completely mess out the result. You would never do it unless you just didn't know. But in this case, you know the result. So you're going to make sure you say it. That's always the one that we find students tend to miss for some reason. And employers want to know. They want to know, oh, you got that A on that presentation. You did really well in the midterm. You did really well in this collaborative group of people. And you want to be specific, right? So quantifying, right? I collaborated in a group or team of 5 people when I was taking, this education course, right? So STAR is really important, and you're going to use it a lot during your interviewing. Now, what kind of questions do you have for me before we kind of close it out to general questions? But I just want to ask you if you have any questions about this first. So we had a good question in chat. And so to kind of answer that, that's essentially what interviewing is. You're basically, you're not lying, but you're making a spin on it, right? So, and we call it the 10% to 90% ratio for weakness-based questions. So that's me saying, if I said I had organizational problems, I might say, yeah, like, I've had organizational problems in the past, but I've been coming into work early and setting up my desk, cleaning it up, having an Outlook calendar, just to ensure I can not stay stagnant and continue to grow in my organizational skills. So that's kind of what that would look like. That's a great question. But that's exactly kind of what, I guess your teacher was right. I will say that you never want to stick to like a cliche. So you never want it to be like, I'm a perfectionism or that's not a good one. That's kind of a cliche, and employers don't really stand behind that. Just be genuine and honest about it and whatever it is, right? Some of you might be uncomfortable with presenting to either staff, children, or, whatever age group you're working with. But you can always say, that's what I hope to get out of this. I hope to kind of expand on those skills. But great question. Does anyone else have any other questions? All right. Well, I'm going to, you guys are going to get a recording of this presentation. I'll definitely drop my email in chat. That way you guys can email me if you have any questions or sign up, resume, a cover letter, or any type of a career readiness appointment. We'd definitely be happy to help. But thank you guys. You guys are always so great. Thank you.
Thanks, Dylan.
Of course. Thank you so much for having me again, Brandy. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And like he was saying, guys, day 2 seminar on March 1st, we're going to have the career fair, and they want you to bring resumes. So take Dylan and their office up on his offer of helping you with your resume writing.
Of course. And I'll drop the resumes email in here as well. I mean, if you want to come on campus, you can literally just send it through an email. Like, it's so easy. But again, thank you so much for having me, and happy holidays. You guys have an amazing Christmas break. Okay.
Bye. All right, guys, that is it. I know it's been a very long day, but I think it's been a lot of good information that you guys can carry forward into not only student teaching, but also once you are the teachers of record in your own classrooms. Is there any questions you have for me before we wrap up? Or if not, we are finished for the day, and I will talk to you guys when we get back in January. Our office is closed starting, I'm out of the office starting tomorrow, and I won't be back until January 2nd. But if there's anything urgent that comes up, I'll be checking my email periodically. So, just shoot me an email. But otherwise you can contact me if you have anything to talk to me about when we get back.
Get the links to just the PowerPoint.
I'll be sending the link to the videos. I don't have the PowerPoints from the individuals. I can try to get those, but I will definitely at least initially be sending the links out, or the link to the recording out for you guys.
Okay, thanks.
You're welcome. If there's no other questions, you guys feel free to go ahead and hop off and have happy holidays.